Hello, friends. How's everyone doing? How's it going? Happy Wednesday. We have a Neva. How are you, Neva? Oh, you're muted. Oh, maybe she knows she's muted.
No, I'm sorry. I was talking to my brother because
Yeah.
they bought like a different kind of chili, but like I really only like canned chili. I only like Hormel, but he went back out in the rain, and he's like, "Oh, it's fine. I had to go get chips anyway."
What a nice, thoughtful brother.
Why didn't you just ask Gwydion to drive you?
Because we didn't want to go back out.
Well, go take a warm shower. Or change your clothes at least. You're soaked. Anyways, I'm well now. How are you?
Good, good. I'm well. Did you have sprints before this?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I
Yes,
thought
I
I
did.
remember seeing you say somewhere in the Discord that you were doing sprints like leading up to mine, but I wasn't sure.
Because
It's been
on
chaotic 2 days.
on Monday we lost power like an hour and a half in.
Mm.
The power blinked and then it took like 3 hours. Like the power was back, but it took like 3 hours for the internet to come back. So I was like, okay, so I couldn't even really like go back to sprinting until noon, and that didn't make a lot of sense since I end at 5 my time anyway. So I was like, I just checked the spreadsheet. And I was like, oh, nobody sprints between Crystal and Nell. That's fine. I'll just sprint for Nell.
It worked out perfectly. What? So it looks like you're reading Take My Hand. What is that? It sounds like a horror movie. What is that?
I actually have finished it. I did finish it because I wanted to try to finish it. There's still a bookmark in it, but I did finish it. So Take My Hand. It's a historical.
Oh, I've seen that cover.
And it is about a Black woman who it is a Black woman in 1973. Yes, 1973, Montgomery, Alabama, who works as a nurse in like a women's clinic. So think like a Planned Parenthood. And she is put in charge of these two young girls that are 11 and 13-year-old sisters. They're poor Black girls. And she is supposed to be going to give them their depot shot, like depot provera shot. She decides to take them off of the shot, and she puts in their chart that she's given them the pill, and this results in like the boss lady of the clinic, like the person that's in charge of the whole clinic, going there to pick the girls up at their house and taking them to the hospital to get tubal ligations.
Why?
At 11 and 13, because she claims that that's the only, like the boss lady claims that that's the only way to prevent them from getting pregnant. She's determined that like they're sexually active and all of this stuff, and their dad and their grandma, which are their legal guardians, are illiterate, so they can't read anything. They just sign the paper. And then it's her journey of like what happens after. But it's just like a big commentary around like the differences with birth control and like the stigma around like birth control and babies, which when it comes to like white women and women of color. So I gave it 6 stars.
Yeah, it sounds really good.
It's really good, but I do warn to please look up your triggers. Like check Storygraph does have a pretty extensive list on there. I don't know if Goodreads does or not. I check Storygraph because that's the platform I use. I wanted to make sure that some of these triggers were in there. So please check triggers for that in case like this is not a book. I mean, I don't really have a lot of triggers when it comes to reading, so I usually go in pretty blind. Like I went into this completely blind, and the forced sterilization was a lot. But I think it's good for people to read it.
Yeah. I definitely will be adding that to my TBR. That is really interesting. I've had my own like struggles and issues when it comes to like birth control and doctors and health and stuff. So I will be very curious to read what that author has to say about that.
Yeah, and it runs in 2 timelines. So it runs in. If you want me to have peach rolls, I will eat peach. Okay, go have peach rolls then. You can go make them. I mean, like, that's fine. Go make some. Go. Sure. So the two timelines run. There's 1973 timeline, and then 40 years in the future in 2016.
Oh,
She
okay.
goes back to Montgomery.
Say hi.
Yeah, say hi.
Hi, hi.
Hi, Ari.
She goes back to Montgomery, and because one of the girls that she was a nurse for has cancer, and she goes back there
Oh,
to
wow.
like visit her and stuff. So yeah, I just would say this is heavy. Like it's a heavy book. But
Yeah.
I'm glad that I finally picked this up. It's been on my shelf since 2022. I got it from Book of the Month
Okay.
in 2022, and yeah, I think it's really good. So
Interesting. Is this for one of the encounters? Like, what encounter is this for?
yeah, this actually fit for my TBR Harvest because it fit for Found Family.
Okay.
And then it also fits for one of the encounters in Act 4. I'd have to actually look to see which one it fits, but it does fit an encounter in Act 4 because I'm still on
Okay.
Act 4, so.
Okay. Nice. Well, that's very interesting. I'm definitely going to be adding that to my TBR because I'm very interested to see what this author has to say. Because I have my own personal experience, I'm curious to see what is included and maybe get even different perspectives other than my own. You know what I mean? So that's going to be really interesting. So thank you for bringing that to my attention because I've seen that cover, had no idea what it was about, had no intentions on looking it up either. So thank you for telling us.
When you get to it, let me know. Like I would love to discuss it with somebody because I know that people have heard of this book, but I don't know a lot of people personally that have read it.
Right.
And so I would love to discuss it with people because I was like,
I love that.
it was so, and the audiobook is really good if you want to do it that way too. Like the narrator for it is really good. So
good. Excellent. Okay, so I am trying to finish 11/22/63. You guys may remember that I started reading this in February, and my life then fell apart at the end of that month, and my life is still apart in pieces and in shambles, and I'm still not back in my house full time. But we are going to try to finish this book nonetheless, because this would be a great number of points for Act 5 if I can finish it on time. So that is what we're going to try to do. Let's jump into the comments and see how you guys are doing. Also, I have my goblet. You guys already know. This is the same wine from last week. This is the Linganore, which is a local vineyard in Maryland. It is the Mountain Red for anyone who is interested. So that is what I'll be drinking and reading today. Hello, Glenda. How are you? Hello, Atia. Hello, Sarah. Reading, Sign of the Slayer. Nice. How is that going? Reading an arc of Fragile. I have not heard of. Oh, I guess because it's an arc. I was gonna say I haven't heard of Fragile, but if it's an arc, that would make sense. By Megan Holly. What genre is that? Fragile. I'm trying to guess. It feels like maybe like a thriller. Maybe. Let me know, Sarah. Hello, Livia. How are you? Hello, Paco. I was just thinking about you yesterday. How are you? Hello to Neva. Reading The House at Watch Hill by Karen Marie Moning. I think it's Moning. I have no idea.
I would say Moning probably.
Okay. I'm not good at reading. This is why I do audiobooks. Hello, Lexi. Doing some grocery shopping because I need food, but also really need to decompress after the horrible day at work I had. Nothing really actually like people at work. Oh, wow. Yikes. Yeah, coworkers can be the worst. I will say that I'm so grateful that despite, like at my last job especially, y'all know I hated my last job. It was like miserable. But the people that I worked with, like my coworkers, were actually pretty amazing, and they're the only things that made it like bearable. So yeah, definitely coworkers can make or break your experience at work for sure. But I'm sorry that you had a horrible day, and I hope that you're able to decompress and eat some good food. There was something else. Oh, you brought up needing to go grocery shopping. I think I'm going to be buying a new refrigerator possibly next week. I really don't know. They're supposed to allegedly be coming this week or next week to install the toilet that they were supposed to install on August 30th. Yes, I said August 30th, and it is October 30th, and I still don't have a toilet. So we will see if this week or next week I have a toilet. But once they install the toilet, I'm going to be buying a refrigerator. So I'm very excited. Unless they don't install the toilet. and then I'm going to be very not excited and very angry. So this is the face of the calm before the storm. Hello, Helen. How are you? I miss you guys. I haven't seen Helen or Paco or Princess. I feel like I haven't seen you guys in forever. How is everyone? Hello, Anna. How are you? Have 76 pages to finish Fox Club. Oh, yeah, you'll definitely finish that today, I think. You got this. But this patient's case made me break down in the back. Oh, no. Wow. I'm so sorry. Just getting off work. I have like 5 pages in my physical read. Nice. Then I have about 50% of Vampires Veloce left. Excellent. Yes, The Forest. Yeah. Have you read this, Helen? Take my hand. It's based on. Is it? Oh my gosh, that completely puts a whole different spin on it. Oh my gosh, that is awful. That's actually really sad. Oh dear. That's rough. I hope you can get some relaxation and distraction to get it off your mind. Yes, definitely. An actual case that went to the Supreme Court. Oh wow. I feel like I should have known about this. Hello, Cherie. No wine tonight, just water. Reading The Student by Tanisha Stewart while making some chicken marsala. Very nice. Chicken marsala. That sounds good. I could go for that. Hello, Anna. Oh no, sorry to hear, Lexi. Hope that the rest of your evening improves. Yes, definitely. Take My Hand was a 5-star. Okay, so this is definitely going to be on the TBR. I'm getting lots of high praise for this book today. So yeah. Oh, it's a romance. Interesting. Is it just like a regular romance? Is it a dark romance? Is it like a suspense? Like, now I'm intrigued because Fragile is not the title that I would expect a romance to be. That is not what I saw coming. Only 9% don't really have thoughts. Okay, that's fair. Reading A Tempest of the Sea. Okay, nice. How is that going? I know that you have had that on your TBR for a while. How's that going? Oh no, all my coworkers are fine. Still just very shaky after the phone calls. Were you the one that had to deliver the news to the patient? Because I see it, that could be nerve-wracking too. Having to be the one delivering bad news is never easy. Good evening, Jen. I'll be reading Lock Every Door after I give my kids showers. Also drinking a cab. Very nice. Lock Every Door. Is that the Riley Sager book, the pink one? I think it is. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't read it, but yes.
I haven't read it either. But I finished Final Girls earlier this week. And it was okay. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't great. It was fine. It was fine. It was average. I think that the book could have been better if it was marketed differently. I think that the marketing of this book is what kind of like sets the wrong expectations, because it kind of, I feel like, to your point, Neva, you brought this up the last time we were on Sprints, that they bring up the word final girl too much in the book.
Dude.
And I feel like they try to make it seem like the book is about being a final girl. And like it is, but there's so much more happening that it's like they're really trying to drive home this final girl point, and it's like,
and you're distracted.
Yeah.
And the thing is like I felt like I DNF'd it because I felt like I was being distracted from the other things that were going on around the final girl narrative. And I was like, okay, but you keep like shoving final girl in my face. Like now I'm annoyed because now I can't even like concentrate on what else is happening.
Yeah. I think that they could have dialed it back on the final girl aspect. I don't know why Riley Sager wanted that to be like such a staple. I honestly feel like they could have given it a different title. It didn't have to center around the fact that these girls were final girls, because honestly, in the end, it didn't really matter. Right. I think the plot was strong enough that like trying to drive home the point about, oh yeah, they're final girls. Like, who cares? It doesn't matter. They don't have to be final girls, and this story could still be a really good story. Them being final girls is kind of just like, I don't know, just in my opinion, like just kind of inconsequential. So like, we could have done without it. So yeah, that was definitely very annoying. How many times, like if you had $1 for every time they said the word final girls in the book, I'm like, okay, we get it. Right. Taking 2 months to install. Listen, you ain't gotta tell me. We bought the toilet in June. That's the crazy part. We bought it in June. It took like a month to come in, And then we were waiting on the money from the insurance. So then they finally went to install it in August. And then when they went to go install it in August, they were like, oh, it has a crack in it. We're going to have to order another one. And here we are 2 months later, and I still don't have a toilet. So we're doing great. Just woke up from a nap. Love that for you. Hello, Jen and Atia. I'm all right. I got a surprise Wednesday off. Oh, nice. I've been working a fair amount this past month. Yeah. The grind never stops. Hello, Helen. Glad that you're off from work today. The oh dear, if you listen, I was not expecting that. That's awful. That's a real story. That's awful. No, I haven't read it. Just know about the sterilization that happens to poor women of color, both in the U.S. and Canada. Yikes.
Yeah, they definitely are still happening.
Yeah,
like it's definitely
awful.
not like a thing that's been eradicated in 2022.
Right. That's terrible. Hello, Jean. Reading Puck Shy at 70%. Very nice. Just your basic contemporary romance. Gotta read it before it comes out on November 5th. Okay. Interesting. You'll have to tell me what you think about it once you finish it. Hello, Chris. Submitted my review of Glyph to NetGalley. Now I'm starting another NetGalley arc. Very nice. What did you rate Glyph? I'm not legally allowed to deliver the... Okay, but because I'm so good at not showing emotion, I was the one the doctor pulled to do the imaging. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess on the one hand, it's good that your employer recognizes what your strengths are. The downside is that your strengths can sometimes be very difficult. And as an oldest child, I get that. Sometimes it sucks being really good at something.
Right.
And then I had to be the one to call ahead to the Ohio State University ER to tell them to get ocular oncology on standby. Oh my gosh. Have Nella and Neva decided on their costumes for tomorrow? Will Neva be going as a pink Nook? Are you going as a pink Nook?
No,
I didn't even know this was an option. You going as what?
Harley Quinn, because Ari wants to be Harley. So I have like a Harley Quinn, like a onesie. So I'm just gonna wear that. And then
Nice.
and then I bought Ari like a costume. But
oh, that's so cute. I probably will not be dressing up. I don't even think I'll be leaving my house tomorrow. I'll be home pretty much all day. Other than going to like the post office, I don't really have any plans to go anywhere tomorrow. But if I were going to dress up, I probably would dress up as... I recently started watching Sabrina, and there's like these 3 girls. I don't know, but it's like these 3 like mean girls. And I would probably dress up as one of them. They have like the black dress with like the white little like cuff sleeve things.
Yeah.
That's what I would dress up as. But I could tell the internet took off the first image that something was there that wasn't supposed to be. Yeah. Hello to Chris. Might take a nap instead. Have a bit of a migraine. Oh no. Yeah, definitely relax. If you need to relax your mind and take a nap, go for it. Hello to Glenda and Jean. Thanks, Nightbot. You could dress up as a glass of wine to keep on brand. That would be funny. I like where your head's at. I like that. Yeah, I knew what you meant. Yeah, I like that. All right, we have reached the end of the comments. So we are going to pull up our timer. We're going to jump into our first sprint. Let's present, share screen. See how far I can get into this book. I have today and tomorrow to try to finish this book. And y'all know how long this book is. I think I have like 5 hours left. So let's get to it. It's going to be great. All right. I will see you guys back here in an hour. Happy reading. And we are back. How did you guys do? How did your reading go? I have 4 hours left now, so making progress. But I probably will not read the entire time that we're on sprints because the finale, I mean, the reunion for Love is Blind drops in an hour and a half. So I will definitely be watching that at some point tonight. But I did get at least an hour of reading done just now. So productivity. How did you do, Neva?
I made dinner and ate dinner. And I also watched the first episode of like the Wizards of Waverly Place
Oh, the reboot.
reboot. And it's like fine. I know that they're like it's fine. Like the dude that played Justin is in it. Like he's like a main character. And like Selena Gomez is in the first episode, but I'm not sure that she is like a recurring.
I don't think she's on every episode. She might come back eventually.
I'll say this. There's some like controversy around this because the kids that they have casted for this reboot all are too young to have actually watched like the original Wizards of Waverly Place, which I feel like was a choice. But like it's fine. Like it's not, I mean, it's not Wizards of Waverly Place, but like it's fine.
Interesting. Did you watch the reboot of That's So Raven?
Yeah.
Okay, so which would you say is better? That's So Raven's reboot or Wizards of Waverly Place reboot?
Based off of a single episode of this one, Raven's Home is better.
Okay.
But I think that it may be because we got more original characters than we do in this one. Like, really, the only original character that we have is Justin. And in Raven's Home, we still have like the banter, like the natural banter that's between Chelsea and Raven.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's what carries Raven's Home, is that part of it as well. I also don't know that I love that they have the actress that is playing like the new main character. I think her name is Billy. They have her doing the theme song and it's only the chorus. Like it's not like, you know, like in the original Selena Gomez did the theme song.
Right.
But it was like a song. Like it was
right.
And this is just the like chorus part of the song. So it's only like 3 lines and that's the whole theme song, which like is fine, I guess. Like with Raven's Home, like they still had Raven do the theme song for that.
Right, yeah. Interesting. Okay. I actually forgot that Wizards of Waverly Place even had a reboot until today because I pulled up Disney Plus so I could watch Zack and Cody, like the first one, not the boat one, the one where they're actually in the hotel. I had that on like playing in the background while I took a nap earlier. And while I was like scrolling trying to get to that, I was like, oh yeah, they did reboot Wizards of Waverly Place. And do you see their mother on the show? I've never seen the show. I don't really know what the dynamics are, but the thumbnail was like Justin and this girl who looks black. So like, what is that? Her dad?
Oh, okay. So
what?
you mean like, okay, so the reboot just dropped today. Like it dropped this morning.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And we put all like the whole first season because that's just how Disney Plus is doing it now. They do like the whole season. So the storyline is that, so we know that from the Wizards of Waverly Place movie that Justin was supposed to be the family wizard, or so they thought, and Alex ended up being the family wizard instead. So Justin became WizTech's youngest headmaster and then got fired from WizTech for a unicorn incident. We don't really know what that means. That's just like, she was like, oh, the unicorn incident, that was hilarious, you know, because that's how Alex is, right? And he was like, it was horrible. So he gets fired. Now he's like, I think a middle school principal at like a human middle school. And his family has no idea. Like he's married with 2 kids and they have no idea that he was ever a wizard. Like he's never told them. And he tells Alex, like, because she's like, so you're ashamed to be a wizard? And he was like, no, I'm ashamed to be a failure. is what he says, which was so sad. So Selena, okay, so Alex brings Billy, who is the little black girl that you see, right? Because basically Billy is on.
I'm still here. I'm listening. My camera just died. Just continue.
Billy is on her last chance. So the like committee or whatever that Alex is on in the wizarding world has basically said like, we want to take away her wand.
Oh,
because she's a troublemaker and they've had trouble with like she got kicked out of Wiz Tech because none of the teachers believed in her. And so even though she's a powerful wizard, she's also a troublemaker. And so they basically were like, this is her last chance. Like, if you can't get her to do what she's supposed to do, then like we're taking her wand. So Alex brings Billy to Justin and is like, please, can you teach her? Because like she needs you like I needed you.
Okay.
So Billy goes to live with Justin and his family, and they bring back like the lair that they had like in their old house. Justin's like, do you want to do the honors, Alex? And now there's like a portal to the lair so that they can get there to practice magic, because his family, as of right now, he hasn't told them anything.
So do they still live above the sub shop like they used to?
No, because Max has the sub shop, but they can't. But if I remember correctly, didn't Cameron Boyce play?
No, JT Austin.
JT Austin. I mean, JT Austin took a path too. I mean, Cameron Boyce did not take a path. He passed away. But yeah, JT Austin. So essentially, because Billy asks that, and he says that Max owns the Subway shops.
Interesting.
So he lives like in their own house, and and so relax, go eat your food. Okay, go eat your food. But so she gets a portal to the lair, which I'm guessing is still under the Subway shop, like you can't move it. You know what I mean? And he basically is like, if we can't practice here. Now, like by the end of the first episode, his sons know that Billy's a wizard, but Justin doesn't know that his sons know. And his wife has no idea.
Interesting. Okay. I like the setup. Yeah, like
it's a good setup. Like I mean, it's fine. It's not like it's fine. You know what I mean? Like there's still like Justin is still, neurotic and weird, like he's always been. So like at least there's that,
I think it'll be interesting to see how this new girl kind of fills the shoes that Selena originally filled. There was something else that I was going to ask you about it, and I can't remember what my question was now, but I guess it'll come back to me at some point. It'll be interesting. Oh, I know I was going to ask you, the kids that are on the show, are they the same age that like Alex and Justin were when they were on the show, like when the show first started? What, they were like 9th grade or something? Or are they younger?
Probably. I think they're supposed to be a little bit younger. I think they're supposed to be in middle school.
Yeah.
And if I remember correctly,
that's one of the things that I've noticed that Disney keeps doing.
Yeah, like if I remember, Wizards of Waverly Place takes place when they're in high school, because I know Hannah Montana did. Yeah. Hannah Montana, she was a freshman in high school because people definitely say to me like, "You're almost 33." I'll be 33 next week. But they're like, "You're almost 33," and you watch Hannah Montana, and I'm like, literally, Miley Cyrus is only like 2 years younger than I am, and also. The show ran through all 4 of my high school years. Like, I don't know what you want from me.
Right, yeah.
Because it ended in 2010, which would have been the year I graduated. If I graduated high school on time. So.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I've noticed that Disney is doing with their reboots is that they're making the characters younger. Because Raven's Home was like that, where her kids, they were like in middle school. But when That's So Raven was on TV, they were in high school. They were not in middle school. So I wonder why Disney's doing that.
Girl Meets World was like that too.
Yeah, but to be fair, Boy Meets World did start when they were in middle school. So like that I could understand, but like That's So Raven and Wizards, they were definitely high school students when the show started. So it's weird that they've like aged the show down. That's strange to me. I wonder what the logic is behind that. Like, why are they targeting a different demographic with this show? Is it because they assume that the parents who watched the show, their kids are in middle school? Like, is that the assumption? I don't know.
I mean, maybe, but like, I don't know very many people that are older than I am that would have watched those shows.
Mm-hmm.
And even like my oldest child is only 13.
Right.
He's only in 7th grade.
Right. So maybe that's the idea, is that they assume that people our age were the ones that were watching the originals, and people our age, most of them anyway, I assume, probably don't have kids that are in high school yet. So they're trying to target like our demographics, like children, which would be like middle school age, I guess.
Which would be like middle school. So like, yeah, maybe. I don't know. It makes it weird because like old school Disney was all high school kids. Like the movies were high school kids. Like obviously we got High School Musical, which was literally in what?
I said it feels like my neck is falling.
We'll go drink some water.
That's not gonna help.
We'll go try.
Want me to try?
Sure.
I'll tell you.
But like we got like High School Musical was like an era with that. So like we got that. And I feel like every movie that we ever watched, like Luck of the Irish, that was set in a high school.
Yep.
What was that? Double Teams, the basketball movie.
Great movie.
That one was high school. I'm pretty sure the Beverly. Oh, who was it? Beverly Mitchell, the chick from Seventh Heaven. She was like the
yeah.
Heaven. She did the racing movie.
Yes, Right on Track. That's my movie.
Get a Clue was high school. Like
everything.
Like all those movies, they were like set with high school students. I mean, how high school students became spies, I'll never understand, but that's fine. But yeah, maybe that's what they're doing, is they're trying to target like a younger, because they want us as like millennials to watch it. But like, I feel like even if I didn't have kids, I feel like I would be more apt to watch it.
If they were high schoolers.
The only reason I started watching the Wizards reboot was because I was like, oh, I loved Wizards and Waverly Place. Like, that's really the only reason I watched Raven. That's a Raven. I didn't watch Girl Meets World.
Yeah,
I think I watched. Okay, relax. Go finish your food. I think I only watched like 2 or 3 episodes. Like it, and they weren't like episodes in a row. They were like episodes that I happened to like catch when they were on TV. So like, I don't know.
I think that's my suspicion, that they're targeting our kids. Not that I have kids, but people, our age.
Yeah. But I also feel like this generation of children are not going to get any original shows at all.
I agree.
Because all they're doing is just remaking shit. Like they remade Full House on Netflix. It's the Fuller House, which Ari discovered Full House the other day on HBO Max. So she's been watching that for like 2 weeks now. But like they don't have any like original shows. Like Raven's Home was a reboot. This one is a reboot.
Yep.
Like they did I think they did like an iCarly reboot. I don't know. I didn't really watch Nickelodeon, so iCarly wasn't like a thing that I watched. But I did watch Drake and Josh, I guess. But iCarly came after that. And so, but I just feel like this generation gets like nothing original. Like they're just like, oh, look at all these shows that did well in 2008. So we'll bring them back.
100%. That's exactly what's happening, which is sad. Let's see. Hello, Courtney. How are you doing? How was your Wednesday? Hello to Courtney. It's been a minute. Hello, Jaleesa. Working and listening to The Ancient Nine by Ian K. Smith. Nice. Have not heard of this. Hello, Jaleesa. Hello, Glenda. We have a Go Dodgers. I don't know what sport that is. Is that baseball? ? I don't know who the Dodgers are. Do you know? Okay. I feel like I know this from Drake and Josh, because I think that Drake and Josh on the show, the first time they met was at a Dodgers game, and I think that was baseball. Hello to Jaleesa. Hello to Elena. Read 4% and watched YouTube. Nice. Showered my kids, cleaned up from dinner, played Shoots and Ladders, sat down to read. Nice. Got some groceries. Got annoyed with the person who just parked their car in the middle of the one way that I have to park for my apartment. Like they sat there for several minutes. Parking is, especially if you live like in a city with like smaller roads, narrow roads, single lane roads. Gosh, the worst. I feel like all homes should come with driveways and all apartments should come with like parking garages. Had to literally honk my horn maybe several times to get them to move, and they didn't even pull into a spot fully so I can super close to rear ending them. Wow, they probably did that on purpose. They were probably trying to get a check. Whoa, the comments just super jumped. Oh my gosh, okay, here we go. Finished Olaf and Essex. Listen to a little Vampires of El Norte at 59% with about 5-ish hours left. Nice. So yeah, y'all don't know if you'll finish tonight unless you stay up late, but I think you'll definitely finish before the month is out. That's for sure. I did hear about Waverly Reboot. I'm kind of scared to watch it. I thought it came out already. I didn't realize that today was the day that it dropped. I thought
today was the day it dropped because they wanted it to drop before Halloween because they do have a Halloween episode like halfway through the season.
Okay, nice.
But I mean, it's fine. Like I wouldn't be like scared to watch it. Like it's fine. The humor is still there. Like I don't know. My favorite character in Wizards of Waverly Place was Alex. Like, but I'm like a huge like Selena Gomez like fan. Like I own when everything went digital, like as far as music, like I bought every album Selena Gomez ever came out with. Like I did the same thing with Demi Lovato. So like I feel like for me, I don't know how far into it I'll actually watch just because like what I liked about Wizards of Waverly Place isn't in it really because she's an executive producer for this, but I think she's maybe only be in like the first episode.
Yeah. So. Like she'll probably come back eventually, but it might be like a random episode 2 seasons from now.
Right. Yeah. And I don't know that I'll commit myself to watching it long enough for that to happen.
Right.
You know,
I want them to bring back Jake because Jake was I mean, I love Alex, of course. Like she's the star of the show. But like if I had to pick like a secondary character, a lot of people's favorite secondary character was Harper. Personally, I found Harper to be quite annoying. But Jake's character, loved him.
You know what's weird is I liked Harper because I thought that she was quirky and she was kind of weird and like her outfits were always like the best thing I'd ever seen in my life. So for some reason, I thought that maybe they would have Justin married to Harper, but they don't. They have him married to someone else, which makes sense if he's not told them because Harper knew they were wizards.
Right.
Or eventually knew. I don't think she knew at first. I think it was kind of like Hannah Montana where like Lily doesn't know at first and then finds out.
I'm surprised they haven't rebooted Hannah Montana, honestly.
But we'll get to that in a minute. But I think that the chick that they cast as Justin's wife is kind of annoying. Like she reminds like I never found Harper to be annoying, but I understood why people did. And I feel like that is what this character, like Justin's wife, does for me. I don't know her like as an actress. I've never seen her in anything, I don't think. So like I'm not talking about that specifically. I'm talking about specifically the character she's playing in the show. She just is sort of like, I'm just kind of like, why are you here? Like, she's just kind of annoying to me. As far as a Hannah Montana reboot, I don't think we'll ever see one.
Yeah, because I don't think Miley will be interested in doing it.
I don't, and I think that Miley would be interested in doing it if it wasn't the animosity that she has to Disney as a whole. Because I think that if like the fans wanted it, she'd bring it back. But after she did the Used to Be Young music video, she pissed Disney off when she did that because of like she basically like remade a like a Hannah Montana outfit with the, you know, she had like I think a skirt on and then like the Mickey Mouse t-shirt. And that like pissed off like big people at Disney. Like she didn't really care. But I know that once she got out from under Disney, she didn't want to go back. So I wish it would come back because I do rewatch Hannah Montana because it's like my comfort show. But I just don't think, I think we'll just see her doing things on her own. Plus, like Emily Osment has like moved on. Like she did the one show. God, what was that show? It was on Freeform or what used to be ABC Family, but it's Freeform
Mhm.
now. She did that one show like directly after Hannah Montana. I don't remember what it was
Mhm.
called, but she was like the cook for the rich dude.
Mhm.
She did that show, and now she's doing like a spin-off of Big Bang Theory.
Oh, I did not know that.
Is it Big Bang Theory? Yeah, because we had Big Bang Theory, and then we had Young Sheldon, and now they're doing like
Yeah.
another spin-off with
Okay.
his sister,
Mhm.
with Sheldon's sister, and she's
Mhm.
playing. I think she plays Sheldon's sister in that.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I feel like if they're gonna do a Hannah Montana reboot, it probably would be with like a side character. It would have to be like Jason Earl or Emily Osment or whoever the guy Mitchell Musso. It have to be like one of them.
One of them.
I
Yeah.
don't think that Miley would come back to be like involved. Like she might kind of do what Selena did, where she's an executive producer. She might be in one episode and that's kind of
Yeah.
it. Like the rest of her is gonna be like very removed.
And I think probably she also feels like we all got closure with that because she by the end she comes out on like national television in the last like the last episode is her on national TV being like, I am Hannah Montana. Which obviously she came out like to her small town or whatever, like in the Hannah Montana movie, but then we got more seasons.
Right.
Right. So like, yeah, I think I don't know. I wish they would like every old show, I wish they would reboot. But I know that that's not necessarily like realistic.
Yeah.
You know what
That's
I mean?
true. Sarah said, didn't really watch Wizards. It was okay, but never obsessed. Didn't know there was a reboot. Oh, Sarah, you missed out on an era. Wizards was at one point like my favorite show. Like it was That's So Raven, and then as That's So Raven was phasing out, Wizards became like the next like #1 show on Disney.
See, and I was like, God, maybe I'm just old. I could be. I like go back like all the way back to like I watched like Even Stevens. I watched like Lizzie McGuire, which those were both before That's So Raven. I mean, when That's So Raven came on, I was like, yeah, cool, like awesome. But like I just remember just like the complete like transformation, like all of like the old school, like the animated shows that were on. Like the Proud Family, like Ari discovered the Proud Family last year, dude.
And that has a reboot too, doesn't it?
It does, but she discovered the original show, and because it's on Disney Plus. And she was like, "Mom," and I walked downstairs one day, and I was like, "Are you watching the Proud Family?" And she was like, "Mom, have you ever seen this show?" And I was like, "Dude, this show came out when I was like a child." Okay, yes, I know this show, or like Kim Possible. Although I didn't like the live action movie that they made, I thought
I never saw it. I heard it was trash, so I never watched it.
I thought it was trash. I tried to give it a chance, and I was like, "What? Like y'all really got Christy Carlson Romano just like rolling over? She's not dead, but like she's cursing y'all for this because what is this? Absolutely not."
I did love the theme song for the original. Yeah, it's a classic. It's a classic. Ooh, Helen read 50 pages. Very nice. Not the most rule-focused character of the trio, getting fired from his one and only job. Right? How about that?
That's what I'm saying. Well, and like I saw like a preview of an episode where I think eventually he explains it to his wife because there's like there was a preview on Instagram because I follow like all of them plus like the show's Instagram, and there was like a little snippet of her being like, "Oh, so you were supposed to be the family wizard, and then Alex became the family wizard, and then you became the youngest Wiz Tech headmaster, and then you got fired." And he's like, "I prefer the term let go." So like I don't know what happened to like make it so that the kid that never broke any rules was the one that got fired. But Alex, the troublemaker and the instigator of everything bad, is out here like making it in the wizard.
I feel like we should be scared of what this unicorn incident was. Yeah, it's probably gonna be something stupid. Also, can I just say I love the whole Wizards was doing. I love the whole thing Wizards was doing years ago with trying to make it somewhat like Hogwarts. Oh yeah, with like when they went to the school and stuff.
Yeah, because I feel like what Wizards of Waverly Place was trying to do was rectify things that people had issue with. Because I mean, people had issue with things in Harry Potter before we found out that the author is a trash human being.
Right.
But I think that But like I think that it was also just like a thing where like if you weren't a kid that grew up with Harry Potter, then Wizards of Waverly Place was like for you. But like also if you did grow up with Harry Potter, Wizards of Waverly Place was also an easy place to like fall into. You know what I mean?
That makes sense. Yeah. Having never seen the original show, I'm so confused. Oh no, Helen. We have to get you caught up. Unicorn Incident makes me think of that scene in Cabin in the Woods. What scene in Cabin in the Woods? I just watched this movie for the first time last week. Y'all know I've been on my horror movie journey this month where I watched so many horror movies this month. But I don't remember what scene. Are you talking about when like all the little monsters, not little monsters, but when all the monsters like bust out of their glass cages and they just start like killing everybody? Is that what you're talking about?
Wow.
Oh, you know what? That probably is what you're talking about because there is a part where the unicorn like takes its horn and like stabs somebody with it. I forgot about that until just now.
Oh, I need to watch this movie now.
Completely forgot about that. I love that Billy is essentially Alex. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I mean, Alex literally says to her like, like because she like lets a monster into the house. Like, there's like a whole thing, and they have to like get rid of it, and then like. And Alex tells her like troublemakers got to stick together or whatever. So like essentially that's what they did was they were trying to make Billy is supposed to be like the full circle moment, I think. Because like actually at first when I was watching it, I was like, is this supposed to be like Alex's kid? Is what I thought at first. Because that would work. I mean, like white women sleep with black men. So like it wouldn't be like a weird thing. Well, although I think she's actually Spanish, not. I'm pretty sure she's Latina, but
who, the Billy or Alex?
Selena Gomez.
Oh yeah,
like,
I think she's Italian and Latino or something like that.
I think so too. She's not. I know she's not like a white woman.
Yeah,
like, she can be white passing, but I know she's not a white woman. But because in the beginning of the episode, he was like, "And who is this?" And she's like, "This is Billy. She's with me." So I was like, is this your kid, bro? But it's not. It's just like a child that she knew from WizTech.
That makes sense. Yeah, he's a little bit younger. Just a little bit. I feel like we should also be scared of Max owning some shop. Some of the stuff he did. Yeah, I was thinking that when you said that Max owned the shop, I was like, isn't there an episode of the original show where he was like making up these crazy sandwiches?
Yes.
Like, yeah. I'm like, oh dear, they gave him the shop. Yikes. Finished Foxglove, going to bed. Good night, Livia. What a great foundation. We're teaching children with the reboot, just keeping big secrets from your wife and family. What could possibly go wrong? Hey man, life lessons, you know? Still probably gonna watch it this weekend now or after I finish Hoops' new Blake Lively. Ooh. Okay. I didn't know there was a documentary. I might have to look into that. Okay. Good night, Livia. Sleep well and take care. Yeah, Disney keeps making these shows with middle school age children, and it seems quite juvenile. But then again, I'm from the time of high school. Exactly. It's weird to us because we're so used to kids always being in high school, and so it's weird kind of seeing this shift where now all the kids are in middle school.
I mean,
and I think that changes the content too, because it's like there's certain things you can't do with middle school age kids.
Could you imagine if like we did a Lizzie McGuire movie and they were all in middle school?
It would make no sense them running around Rome like that.
Are you kidding me? Absolutely not.
It allows them to really make it slapdash humor without the actors actually being funny. Yeah, that is true. That is definitely true. I think the humor is much more like stupid humor instead of more like clever humor. Not saying that like Disney was like super sophisticated and clever, but I do think that having middle school kids, it's going to be a lot of like stupid stuff like fart joke type of funny versus it being like more like innuendos and like more like sarcasm and stuff like that. Wonder if they're not getting as good of engagement from high schoolers anymore. That could be true too. Maybe high schoolers are not as interested in Disney as they used to be like when we were in high school. That could be true.
Well, they also, I mean, I feel like after 2010 is when they started aging down all the characters. So I don't even feel like they really gave like the next generation of teenagers time to have an interest.
Yeah. I think that Girl Meets World is kind of what started that trend because that was like one of the first shows that I could think of that aged the characters down where they were in middle school. But like I said, I feel like for that show, it worked because when the original Boy Meets World came out, they were also in like 6th grade or 7th grade, or like they were middle school age too. So like it made sense why they started that young. But also just knowing how Disney stuff is, like I think I've heard Raven say in the past that like Disney shows, I think you are not maybe not guaranteed, but more or less guaranteed 3 or 4 seasons. And then if your show gets 4 seasons or more, then that really means that you like did something impactful for the channel, for the network.
Yeah, that was like a success. That was a super successful show.
Yeah. So like I feel like starting these kids in middle school, like one of the things that was nice about them starting in high school is that if they start in 9th grade, then by the time they get to that 4th season, they're seniors, they can graduate, you can end the show. But now starting them in middle school, it's like by the time you get to that 4th season, they're in the middle of high school. And it's like, well, how do you wrap this up? They're in the middle of high school.
Yeah, so if you end the show, then you're just left with nothing. Because like Hannah Montana worked. Hannah Montana worked because she was in 9th. She was a freshman in high school. And then we saw her progress. And then the last episode, she comes out and says that she's Hannah Montana because she wants to go to because she's going to college.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's like,
with Raven.
Right, like I'm not gonna have time to tour and like do all this other stuff while I'm also trying to be like a college kid. You know what I mean?
Right. So it's like now we're ending with them like being sophomores or juniors, which is just weird because most shows start when the kids are sophomores or juniors. So it's like, what do we do with these storylines? How do we wrap these storylines up without it just going off the air with no kind of closure? It's just, I don't know, it's just a weird thing to do.
Right.
But I don't know if I was in middle school when Wizards aired. Like I graduated high school in 2017. You might have been in middle school when it started. I can't remember what year did it start. Was it 07 when it came out?
I think so because I think Hannah Montana and Wizards of Waverly Place started the same year.
I want to think it was around 07, something like
2007, that. And they got 4 seasons.
Yeah.
And then Hannah Montana, I think was okay. So Hannah Montana was 2006, which actually makes sense for the timeline because I did watch Hannah Montana all through high school. Like, and then a year later, because see, I knew that Wizards of Waverly Place had to have been around the same time because they both did crossovers with the life of Zach and Cody.
Yep.
And so I was like, well, they had to have, because that was a thing that Disney was doing in the early 2000s too, was like all of these like crossover shows, like that's the Raven crossover. Sunny was a chance, like Raven was in an episode of Sunny with a Chance. So like that's the whole thing. Get out of it, dude, unless you're gonna eat it. Then get away from it.
When I was in middle school, watching high schoolers live their lives and it worked. Yep. I remember like being in middle school, even elementary school, like watching Disney shows and Nick shows and stuff, and they were in high school, and it's like, oh, I can't wait to be 16. And then you turn 16 and you're just like, oh, okay,
like,
great.
What is this? I did not get a closet full of awesome clothes. Like,
I did not get a car with a bow on it. Like, rude.
Oh my gosh, you remember that show on MTV, My Super Sweet 16?
Yep.
I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna be 16, and then like I got to be 16, and I was like, I didn't get none.
Yep.
Cool.
Me as a middle schooler watching middle schoolers' lives doesn't seem appealing. I agree, because middle school is just like an awkward time of life where it's like it's not interesting. It's just a lot of awkwardness, a lot of stupidity, and a lot of awkwardness. Oops. Watch Hannah Montana. I'm only months older than Miley Cyrus. Hey, nothing wrong with that. I think Nick has done the same thing with aging their characters down. Yeah, I noticed that. Not the Thundermen, something like Ricky, Nikki, somebody, whatever that show is called. Yeah, those kids are pretty young, which I thought was. I'm like, wow, who are these little kids? Like, what is this show?
You see, and I was never really like a Nickelodeon. Like once, like the '90s Nickelodeon stuff went away, like Rocket Power. I guess I did watch SpongeBob, which would have been later-ish, but like I watched like Rocket Power. And like the Amanda Show, which like as an adult, why were we watching that as children? But why was that even a show? But like I watched all of that stuff. So once it went into like the early 2000s, I stopped watching Nickelodeon. Because like even like the old like Nick Jr. shows, which is called something else now, I think. But
oh, is it?
back when it was Nick Jr. and it had, face, I watched like all of those shows too.
Mhm.
But even that, like I watched more of, well, now it's called Disney Junior, but it used to be Playhouse Disney. With,
Yeah.
like Out of the Box and like
Bear in the Big Blue House, Roly Poly Oly. Yep.
Right. And so it was like that, or it was like PBS, like
Mhm.
Barney, you know what I mean? So
Yeah. Yeah, I've definitely noticed that. Yeah, you're right, Lexi. There's another show too, something about some kids who play video games. I think Kel is like one of the adults on the show. Those kids are pretty young too. So it's weird that they're aging all the shows down. I find that to be quite strange.
right.
Even with Zach and Cody started when I was in elementary school, they were in middle school. Zach and Cody was that show. I'm definitely gonna watch what was that thing called, the what is it, 314B, whatever that haunted episode is. One of the best haunted like Halloween episodes that Disney ever did. Period. I love
Dude,
that episode.
I love Zach and Cody.
Top tier comedy, man. Girl Meets World was good. I did enjoy Girl Meets World. I think that the original is still better, but I think that as far as reboots go, I do think that that was one of the more successful reboots that did a good job of incorporating the older characters and bringing them back into the fold, but also like kind of staying true to like what the show was intended to be. I feel like one of the things I will say is that Boy Meets World, you learn a lot of lessons like growing up watching that show, and I feel like Girl Meets World kept that same energy where there are a lot of lessons that you learn in watching that show like as a kid. So I quite enjoyed that. I think that towards the later seasons when they started getting into that weird love triangle thing with the main girl Sabrina Carpenter and whatever that boy is, Peyton somebody, that love triangle was weird. Not sure why they did that. I don't know if the writers changed or something when they got to that season, but that was weird and unnecessary. But everything before that on Girl Meets World was really good.
What's crazy to me is like if you didn't know that Sabrina Carpenter was a main character in Girl Meets World, you wouldn't even recognize her, dude.
Yeah.
See,
I have loved her since she was on Girl Meets World.
I mean, me too, but like that's why like a lot of people they'll be like, yeah, have you heard, like these younger kids will be like, yeah, have you heard like about Sabrina Carpenter? And I'm like,
yeah,
years ago, my guy. And then they're like, that's not even the same person. I'm like, it definitely is. So
I've been following her career since Girl Meets World. Even when she started releasing music, when she did like Eyes Wide Open or We'll Be the Stars, like I was a fan of her music in 2015. People are just now hopping on her now.
I feel like that's similar to like Ariana Grande too. Because a lot of us started following her when she was doing
Victorious.
Victorious, yeah. Because I did watch Victorious. I did. Okay. I did not like
show.
I thought the Sam and Cat was
Sam and Cat was trash. I don't know why that happened.
But
we could have.
We all knew Ariana Grande could sing because we saw
better than Victoria Justice.
All of us were like, why is she not the star? Oh, great.
Her and Liz are both better singers than Victoria Justice. No offense to Victoria. Like, I like her, but if we're going to call a spade, she is not a better singer than those two girls.
Liz and Ariana Grande both had better music careers than Victoria Justice did.
Yes.
Like Victorious was over, and where did Victoria Justice go? She did some like B movies for a while, and that was it.
Yep.
Yes, I know. Goodbye.
No offense with the Fuller House. It's kind of cringe. I haven't watched it. I think I watched like the first season. I don't even remember it.
I think if you're a person who grew up watching Full House, it's a nostalgia thing. Like I thought it was fun. Like I don't find it any more cringy than actual Full House. Like Full House is
fair.
But like I feel like the humor, because they brought so many of the old characters back. I mean, I think all of them are on at least some episodes except the Olsen twins. They didn't want to be part of it. And they do kind of make like, I think in like the first episode or the first couple episodes, they make kind of a thing about like how Michelle couldn't be there. And then I think Uncle Jesse's like, how rude. And they all like look at the like at the camera for a minute. I mean, that was a little cringy, but like whatever. It is very yes, okay, go. But I feel like ultimately like the humor for Fuller House was exactly the same. They're just all older.
Yeah.
So like the twins are like Uncle Jesse's twins are like grown up and stuff like that. But like otherwise, like I thought that the show was fine.
The iCarly reboot was specifically made for us, though. It was most definitely an adult show. Okay,
Yeah,
I've never seen it.
I never watched it because I didn't watch iCarly, so like I
Yeah.
don't really care to watch the reboot,
Yeah.
to be honest.
I know it's a hot take, but I thought that iCarly was a terrible show. Even though it's like the highest rated, apparently, I thought it was awful. I did not think that iCarly was in any shape, way, or form better than any of the other Dan Snyder shows. I feel like it's the worst Dan Snyder show, but you know what? That's my opinion.
This is just my opinion, but this is gonna be a hot take, okay? Because there's one other actress that I feel the same way about. I don't like Miranda Cosgrove as an actress. I haven't liked her in anything I've ever seen her in. Like School of Rock is one of my favorite movies, and I hate her. I hate her character in it. Like I do not like. So like, and like Drake and Josh was like cool and everything until like we found out that Drake is a predator. But I mean, that's we didn't know that then. Okay, and like Drake and Josh was my show. But I hated Miranda Cosgrove. Like, I don't like her. I also don't like Kristen Stewart as an actress. And I know that's not because people are like, what do you mean? The only thing I've ever seen Kristen Stewart in that I actually liked her in, like that I thought she did well in, was the Hulu movie that she did about Princess Diana, where she played Princess Diana. I thought she did really well in that, but I know that like she really studied like Diana and like her mannerisms and watched a lot of interviews and stuff. But I think that she portrayed Princess Diana to a T. But like anything else she's in, I just feel like she's like a wet paper bag. Like I just don't care.
I feel like that is a great way. Going back to Miranda Cosgrove, I've always said that she is like cardboard. Like, I don't know, she's just very stiff, and I don't like her. I mean, as a person, I don't know her, but like as an actress, I'm just like, no. Like,
and I also
cast anybody else.
I also feel like Miranda Cosgrove, she like will say things and they fall flat, but because it's like she's in comedy shows, like there's always a laugh track, and so everybody laughs anyway. And I'm like, but that wasn't even funny. It wasn't funny.
Yep.
I'm not laughing.
I don't think there was really anything funny about iCarly. I feel like iCarly was the show where you saw like all the weird foot stuff, and I was just like, the show is stiff and stilted and boring and clearly has an obsession with feet, and I can't get into this. Victorious was fantastic. iCarly, I don't know what happened over there.
I feel like Dan Schneider, like once he realized that he could be like perverted on what like however he wanted to be, like every show he did just got worse and worse as far as that goes. And then iCarly was just like the last one I think that he was on, and so it just ended up being the worst one. Although maybe he did Sam and Cat, but I don't know.
I think Sam and Cat was the last one, but Sam and Cat was a train wreck from the beginning. Yeah, that was a train wreck from the beginning. We don't even need to talk about that. They've just been remaking stuff for years. I mean, come on, most of their movies are just remakes of movies they already did. This is true. They're either remakes or it's like a continuation of where they left off, 10 years ago or something.
I mean, and for me, like when you do it with animated movies, it's fine. Right? So like obviously like we waited like 10 years to get the next, or 20 years, however long, to get The Incredibles 2, right? And we waited I think like 10 years before we got Monsters
Toy Story.
And then like Toy Story has been like really the first couple of movies came out back to back, and then we had to like wait a long time for like number 4, right? And I think that that's fine with animation because animation can stand the test of time, and you can, as long as they're still alive, you can get the same voice actors and they're going to still sound the same, even if they're old. I feel like with live action stuff, it's way harder to do that.
Yeah, that's true. It's a shame they canceled it. Oh, I didn't even know it got canceled. Well.
Canceled what? iCarly?
iCarly, yeah, the reboot. And they're not even changing stuff really, just making animated movies live action. That is true. Let's be real, it's probably costs more and def takes more time to create completely original content. It would live in a world where these big ass studios don't want to do that. That's true. They want to make the most money with putting the least amount of effort in. So it's easy for them to just take something that's already made and put a spin on it and call it something new.
Yeah, because I mean, like we're about to get next month we get Moana 2.
Oh, really? That took a while.
which I know because when we took Ari to see Inside Out 2, there was a trailer for it. I have to check and see what it is because she wants to go see it, which is like fine. But there was a trailer for Moana 2 coming out in November, and I was like, why did it take so long for us to Moana 2? Like I'm confused.
I have no idea. That's a great question. Even though Netflix and Hulu have kind of proven that people will love and will wait for original content, Only Murders in the Building, Wednesday, Unprison, Wednesday isn't a reboot, but in a way it kind of is because it's like a spin on Addams Family. So it's not like a direct reboot.
I feel like Wednesday is a reboot in the same way as the Sabrina show.
Yeah.
They're not really reboots. They're just different interpretation, I think.
Yeah.
So like, yes, you're taking something like, yes, we're following Wednesday when she goes to a school, like a different, a new school or whatever. And yes, she originated from Addams Family, but it's her, she carries it on her own.
Yeah.
Just like with the newer Sabrina show, which I know it's not new anymore, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
With that show, like Sabrina the Teenage Witch was taken more from the Archie comics.
Yeah.
As opposed to the reboot that we got through Netflix, which was truer to a different era of Sabrina. So like I don't feel like those two shows are really reboots, like because they did have to come up with content for them to stand on their own, or they wouldn't have worked. But Only Murders in the Building, that's my show.
Yeah. 100%. That's like Hulu's golden child.
And I didn't know about that show when I started it, but I got like 2 episodes in and I was like, this is a show.
Yep. Hello, Julie. Working on a few different books tonight while I do house and content admin. Very nice. Alex/Selena carried that show. I hope they really work on and expand Justin's character for this reboot. Yeah, it will be nice. We'll see.
I think I'll give this first season a chance. I'll give this first season a chance. Like the first episode wasn't like terrible. Like I didn't want to turn it off. And usually what I do is I give it 3 episodes. And if by the 3rd episode I'm not hooked enough to continue, then I just stop. But I won't usually stop at 1 episode because like 1 episode is not going to tell you anything.
Right.
So I usually give it 3 episodes. And I started doing that in like 2020 when, during the pandemic, when they were like, that's how they were releasing shows to you, was they were only you can go get ready for bed. Where they were only giving you 3 episodes at a time.
Right.
Give me a minute. But where they were only giving you 3 episodes at a time. So like you were getting 3 episodes, then you had to wait a week for another 3 episodes. So I was like, all right, from now on, like if they give me the whole season, because that's what they did with WandaVision, and I was like, I don't know if I want to watch this. But then like I watched the first 3 episodes of WandaVision, and then I watched the entire thing, and it was great.
Let's see. Saw an interview with David. He said him and Selena had been talking about a reboot for years, and they finally pitched it to Disney. Okay. Thank you, Nightbot. Hello, Rainy. How are you? How goes things? Hello, Steph. Home from work. Also grew up with Disney Channel. Love Demi. Kind of watch Hannah Montana and Wizards. Very nice. As much as I love Demi, I will say that Sunny with a Chance was not a good show.
Sunny with a Chance was trash. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I am the biggest Demi Lovato stan known to God. Okay. I wanted, like, when I first started getting tattoos, I was determined that I was gonna have every tattoo that Demi Lovato had. We're not gonna talk about it. There's still a couple that she has that like I would like to have, but like I'm not gonna get every single one. I am like that chick that like at karaoke I sing Demi Lovato songs. Okay, I love Demi Lovato. Unfortunately, they really did her dirty with Sunny with a Chance because she was really in the middle of like all of her drug use and mental health stuff, and she doesn't even remember filming most of it.
Oh wow.
And it was not a good show. Now Camp Rock, we're not going to talk about Camp Rock because if you got trash to talk about Camp Rock, I'm not here for it. Okay, there's no in this house, absolutely not. Just like Cheetah Girls, there ain't no Cheetah Girls hate in this house, absolutely not. But like Camp Rock was great. I thought Camp Rock was phenomenal. I loved what was that movie she did with Selena Gomez, Princess Protection Program. I love that show. That movie, like I love Demi Lovato, but Sunny with a Chance,
it was not it.
The theme song was cool, But the show was not.
The show was terrible. What's crazy though is that when they did the spinoff was really good. I loved the spinoff.
Yeah,
the original show was
good. And honestly, I think she was in a couple episodes of the Jonas Brothers show, and like that was fine. Like when she was in that.
I forgot they had a show.
But yeah, it was only on for like one season. But like,
yeah.
But Sunny was a chance, dude. Like I just feel like they did her so dirty with that show.
Yeah. So
it was
sad. I feel like Justin's wife being annoying is on par with his character from the original show. Yeah.
And she is supposed to be from like upstate New York. So she has like a really heavy like New York accent. And maybe that's what's annoying me. Although I know people with New York accents and they don't really annoy me. But like her personality is just kind of annoying. And I'm like, well, now I understand why people didn't like Harper, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, she does. She has a really deep trauma.
Yeah. And I think that combined with the fact that her and her father are on like shaky ground too, like it would just be really hard for them to do a reboot. Because I'm sure he would want to be involved. And I'm sure she would not want him to be involved.
Right.
I just got back from worship service.
I'll hope for it. You know what I'm saying? I just don't.
Yeah.
It's not optimistic that we'll get it.
Yeah, that's fair. I just got back from worship practice. Gonna get the sick kids to bed. Oh no. Finally almost done with RSV. Oh my gosh. That's a 24-hour stomach bug. Going to my best friend's house before she moves the next day. Oh no. Are they moving far?
Also, I just want to tell you, yes,
that was the show.
That was the show that Emily Osment did. I like that show, and it had fucking Jesse McCartney in it. Jesse McCartney
was it? I never watched that show. I know what it is. I remember the commercials, but I don't remember he was in it.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I love Jesse McCartney. I do not care. Anyway, Love is Blind, because you brought this up earlier. I'm turning my Netflix back on next week, and I'm going to just binge it. Because I knew that I looked up when the finale was coming out, because I was like, you might as well just wait, girl. Like, you might as well just binge it. So I'm gonna binge it. So I'm gonna make like a group chat with you and Rainey on like Instagram or do you have Voxer? Okay, I'll make a group chat for all of us on Voxer, because there you can send like 20-minute voice notes. I won't use it, but I hate Instagram because you can only do 1 minute voice notes, and I talk for longer than a minute. So, and then y'all can I'll just give you my updates as I watch it. Okay,
I'm looking forward to it. Taylor is everything that I want to be in life. Like, I want to be Taylor when I grow up. So when you meet Taylor, just know that is what I envision for myself when I become an adult. I wish we would have had Liz McGuire reboot, but Disney ruined that. I heard Hillary was going to do it, but she didn't like that Disney was making it for a younger audience, like what they did. Yeah.
That's why, because she did a whole interview about it, because it was in the works. Like, it was in the works, and then they were like, oh, we're going to make it for middle schoolers. And she was like, no.
Yeah. She wanted it to be something that was for people that are the same age as the people that were watching the show when it originally aired.
Yes. But Younger was good. The show that Hilary Duff did, Younger, that one was good. I didn't like How I Met Your Father, or whatever the fuck that was like a spin-off of How I Met Your Mother. She was in that too, and it's not because I don't like Hilary Duff. I just thought that the show was stupid. Like, I was like, I don't understand why we even have this. Like, I liked How I Met Your Mother, and I was like, why do we have How I Met Your Father? This is just stupid. Like, y'all just trying. It's like the Saw movies. You know what I mean? We only needed 4. We didn't need 8.
5 was good though. I don't know what happened after 5, but 5 was good.
5 was good. I'll give you that. But okay, we didn't need more than 5, and they gave us like 9 or 8. 9 of them. Like, why? It's just the same thing over and over again. Stop it.
That's fair. Also, wouldn't make sense for Hannah Montana, because if she has kids, then the public would definitely know who her kids were.
Yeah,
that's fair. I don't know what the plot would have to be to get a Hannah Montana reboot and make it make sense. I don't know.
It could be that Hannah Montana decided to go on The Voice, because all these stars be going on like Billy Gilman went on The Voice. And as a child, like he like got his record deal when he was like 11 years old, and then he stopped making music because his record label dropped him once his voice dropped. Like, basically once he hit puberty, they dropped him. And then Julie Roberts, she's a country singer. She went on because she suffered with MS, and she went on The Voice, and she didn't get picked. But she was basically like, I came here because Blake Shelton turned around, like, not for her, but like at the end, they all turned back around. And when Blake Shelton saw her, he was like, I know you. and she was like, I came here because I needed to know like if I should try to continue music or if I should just like move on. And she was like, this was my sign or whatever, which like was so sad. I cried. I don't know why, but like, yeah, that's what she would do. She would go on The Voice.
I can see that. I like that.
That would be a little weird considering like Miley Cyrus herself has been a judge on The Voice, but you know,
That, yeah, just tie it into real life. I feel like that could work. Also, hello, Aaliyah. How are you? Stopping in for your birthday dinner. Have fun at dinner. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
It'd be like if Blue Ivy tried to hide her identity,
Right.
a bad wig, and sing and tell us her name was Jennifer or something. It wouldn't work. Yes, Even Stevens was a great show.
Yes,
fantastic.
listen, and then they did that movie, Quince.
Oh yeah, when they went, Quince. That movie is weird to me. I do not like that movie.
And then, because they did Quince like in the middle of doing Even Stevens, and I was like, this was a choice. Okay. But then the Even Stevens movie, I did like that. And then Cadet Kelly, that's still just iconic. Like, I don't know. Disney had so many weird things happening, but also so many good things.
Yep. The Wizards movie was iconic. It was. Even Stevens was the best. Yep. Proud Family was the best. I never watched the live action Kim Possible. I have no intentions because the pictures look rough.
It's trash, dude. It's trash. Like, I don't know what they were thinking. Like, Kim Possible is a show that should have just stayed as an animated series. Like, like some of these live action things that they've done, like I thought they did well with like Aladdin making that live action. I thought that was done well. Lion King was trash.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, like absolutely not. But like some of the like Maleficent was cool, you know what I mean? And like the Cinderella live action that worked well because I mean obviously like we had like Brandy as Cinderella, but then they did the traditional white lady with long hair. They did that I think in like 2010 or 2012, and like that was pretty good. But like it's Cinderella, so like it can be live action. But like Kim Possible. Come on now. Kim Possible should have just stayed as an animation. Like, why y'all had to make her live action?
I agree. The fact that they got a random redhead to play Harper is hilarious to me.
What? Yeah, she was not known.
Isn't the whole he was supposed to be the family wizard when the whole show was a competition? Also, I was rooting for Alex to be the family wizard. She had more life sense.
I mean, it was definitely like that was definitely the storyline was that he was being. I don't want to say groomed because it
has a different connotation now.
But he was being raised to be like it's like raising somebody to be part of the family business. Like he was being raised to be the family wizard, and it just so happened that Alex was better, you know?
Yeah.
And we knew Max wasn't gonna be no damn family wizard.
That boy got his head if it wasn't attached to his body.
I'm saying.
I think also it has to do with age because you guys are old ladies compared to me. I'm just quite a bit younger, so my shows were different. That's fair.
And I mean, I'm old, so it's fine.
For me, it was because we didn't have Disney Channel or cable. Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, we didn't have like when I was with my mom. Most of the time, we didn't have cable either. I would watch Disney Channel like at my grandma's house, and then like when I lived with my opa, like he had cable. So like there were other places like friends' houses and stuff that I would watch. But a lot of like my middle school years, I was watching stuff. Like I lived with my opa for middle school, so I was watching it there. But like a lot of the other stuff, like we were watching at my grandma's house. Plus, they started bringing out like all the movies, like on DVD, right? So like we had like Cheetah Girls that came out on DVD, and then they released all the High School Musicals because High School Musical 3 was straight to DVD. And then,
well, went to theaters first.
Did it?
I went to go see it in theaters.
Maybe it was High School Musical 2 that went from Disney Channel straight to.
It might have been the second one.
That might be true. You might be, yeah. Okay, I believe you. I didn't see none of them in the damn theater. So, and then like they have like Life Size, back in the day.
Tyra,
that was my show. Although they did Life Size 2, I didn't really love Life Size 2. I knew they were.
I don't think I saw the second one.
I watched it on Hulu, and it was fine, but we could have not done it. You know what I'm saying? Like I could have lived my whole life without it. It wasn't like a thing that I was missing.
That's fair. Selena Gomez. Oh,
Yeah,
Mexican. Okay.
Okay, I knew that she was of. I don't like to just assume that people are Mexican because not everybody that is of that descent is Mexican, but she is. But I couldn't remember if her grandparents, like her grandparents, were from Mexico or if they were from somewhere in Spain. I knew they were immigrants because she talks about it on Selena and Shift, which that was my show. Pandemic.
Yeah. Also, the mom in the show was straight up Latina. Yeah. This is making me want to rewatch Wizards.
Go do it. All the seasons are on Disney Plus.
Y'all are gonna have me sitting on the couch for 8 hours like I did when Disney Plus first dropped.
I did
and
that.
I zoomed through Kim Possible and that's so Raven.
I did that with the Proud Family and Hannah Montana when Disney Plus first came out. Like I was like, oh, I'm gonna get Disney Plus for Ari. No, I got it from you.
Soup just posted that Blake Lively / Enzo on stock yesterday or the day before. Can't remember. It's him. Ooh, okay. Gonna have to look into
I watched it. Yeah, I think she dropped it yesterday because I watched it when it dropped.
Is it good?
It's very interesting. Yeah, I mean, Swoop docs are always good. You know what I mean? Okay. But it is, I think, almost 3 hours long. So like, being prepared for that because when she does docs, she does docs. You know, because her other ones, Swoop 2, are shorter deep dives, like they're 45 minutes to like an hour and a half. But the one on Blake Lively and It Ends With Us, I had my suspicions and then they were confirmed. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So
I'm gonna have to go watch that.
I think they did. What is his name? Justin Baldoni or whatever the hell his name? They did that man dirty, dude.
I believe it.
They did him so dirty.
I believe it.
Absolutely not.
Just open TikTok on my phone and the app for Wizards Reboot came on my phone is listening. Yep, it always is.
Laundry basket for her and put it in the middle of the kitchen so she can.
That's how we got. Yep. That's how you know it was a good show. Because anything that gets more than 3 or 4, that's how you know that it's good. And the network really liked the show and it was making the money. Otherwise, I think a show is already capped at 4 seasons. Like you're not going to get more than 4 unless your show is really good.
Yeah.
You just have to make the grade ambiguous. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's how it worked. That's why it worked with Raven. It didn't. That wouldn't have worked with Hannah Montana because we knew what grade she was in.
Yeah. Them starting in middle school leaves more room for them to make the show longer. But the thing is, if they're still going to cap shows at 4 seasons, then it won't make the show longer. That's the problem. So if they still just do 4 seasons, yeah, they just end in like at the end of their sophomore year, and it's like peace out, and it's like okay, bye. Like. Miley, Selena, Raven, Demi were truly Disney it girls for a time. Yes. Yep. Iconic. Yep. You mean the amazing crossover of Wizards on Deck with Hannah Montana? Yep. Living the Sweet Life. Yep. We don't acknowledge the boat bear. Yeah, we don't talk about that. It was its own thing, you know. We hung on because Sweet Life was so good that we accepted. We took any crumbs we could get, so we accepted the boat show. But
what was that called? Sweet Life on Deck.
Yeah,
I watched it. It was stupid.
Yeah, it was like. Wait, I think you're muted.
Yeah, I was talking to Ari. But no, Sweet Life on Deck. We did get like a crossover. Hannah, what was it called? Like Hannah Montana, The Sweet Life of Hannah Montana on Deck or something
like that.
I don't remember. But like, I feel like we only hung on because we loved the characters already, and they didn't get rid of any characters. They just added some.
Right. But yeah, it didn't hit the same. I don't think that the characters, and I, as much as I love Jessie, and I think that Jessie is a fantastic show, Debbie Ryan was awful in Sweet Life on Deck. I'm so sorry.
She was. And Jessie is a good show. Ari loves that show. I will watch it with her. But she was not good in Sweet Life on Deck.
Not at all. Not at all. I was shocked when Jessie came out. I was like, how did this girl get her own show?
And I know that's like they needed some way to like segue her into that, because then we got the bunk show after that, because we got like the summer camp show after that, and I understand like that was their segue, but I was also still like, what was the point? Like,
I agree.
So dirty in this show, and they gave her a spinoff.
Sure. Bunked was not. It was not it. I'm sorry. Jessie is superior to Bunked. Bunked was kind of
you
a
just
hot
said it on
mess.
top of the
The Amanda Show is my favorite show on Nick when I was in elementary school. Why my mother was letting me watch that, I don't know. Yeah, Playhouse Disney, that's where it was at. I used to love Playhouse Disney.
Playhouse Disney was my jam. And then when I
Mhm.
found out that Disney Plus had Out of the Box, I watched all of it. I just binged it. I can still like do the song, like the goodbye farewell song
Yep.
with the hand motions and everything.
Yep.
And then when Ari discovered Gullah Gullah Island, I don't remember what Paramount maybe had Gullah Gullah Island, and she was watching it one day, and I was like, and then she was like, you know this was Jessie, you know this show, Mom, and I was like, listen, don't quote the old magic to me. I was here when it was written. Thank you.
Yo Gabba Gabba was the best acid trip. I love that it's described as an acid trip. Low-key, my future kids might just watch reruns of the shows I watched growing up because these ain't it. I agree. No kid's gonna be speaking to me like Peppa Pig. See, I never watched that show. My god sister watched that show,
Ari,
but I never watched it.
Is Peppa Pig allowed in my household?
No.
Is Caillou allowed in my household?
No.
Exactly.
Caillou, is that the kid with the big bald head?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's weird. I didn't like him.
Yes, you can watch Go Go Island every day of your life.
I can't find Eddie Gullah Gullah Island.
Okay, I'll look. I'll see where it streams. But yeah, Caillou, he's a little brat.
I didn't like that show when we were kids because that was out when I was in elementary school. I was like, this kid has a big ass head. I just couldn't watch it because he was just weird looking.
Caillou definitely came out in like when I was probably like in middle school because we're about the same age, I think. And so my siblings watched Caillou, and I was like, this is why these kids have bad attitudes because this boy just be screaming all the damn time. And then Peppa Pig, I didn't really think anything was really wrong with Peppa Pig. It wasn't a show. She doesn't watch a lot of Nickelodeon anyway, and that's where Peppa Pig was. So I didn't really think much of it. And then I was told by Sam that he was noticing some behavioral problems. And I was like, well, she's not watching like YouTube Kids because I had taken YouTube Kids away because there's a lot of stuff on YouTube Kids I won't let her watch. And so yes, you can watch that. Yes, you can watch that. Anyway, so he had sent me like a TikTok one day. This was like a couple years ago, but it had a bunch of shows on it. And it was from like I think he was a child psychiatrist. And he was like, these are shows I don't allow my children to watch. And I suggest to my clients that they don't let their children watch. And Peppa Pig was one of the things that was on there. Like, I don't know. CoComelon was another one that was on there.
I've seen the reasons of
because
CoComelon.
CoComelon has two sides to the coin. So they have like the songs. Yeah. CoComelon, while I didn't mind if she has like a blanket and stuff like that, but I ended up only letting her watch the side of CoComelon that is teaching them good behavior. Because there's a side that teaches them bad behavior. So like they have like this seatbelt song where they're like, yes, always wear your seatbelt. But then they have another version of the seatbelt song that's like, no, I don't want to wear my seatbelt.
Interesting.
So I will let her watch the ones that are teaching her good behaviors, like to eat her vegetables, wear her seatbelt, things like that. But I don't. No, they're leggings. But I don't let her watch like Peppa Pig is a no. Caillou, let me find out that you're watching Caillou. I'll burn.
I didn't even know that Caillou was still like on TV. That's so crazy.
Because he's on PBS. I don't know if they're doing new episodes, but you can stream him on PBS Kids. I do let her watch Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood because that's just an animated spinoff of Mr. Rogers.
Yeah. I've never watched Peppa Pig. Didn't watch Caillou because I was afraid of Caillou. I was like, this boy's head is too big. I can't watch this show. So I never watched that. And I know with CoComelon, I've heard like psychiatrists talk about how CoComelon and shows like CoComelon are contributing, allegedly anyway, to kids having like ADHD and stuff like that. Because they were talking about like the way the show is filmed. If anybody has watched it or if their kids watch it, they were saying that if you watch, and I've never watched the full episode myself, so I'm just going off of like the research that I was, listening to other people talk about. But they were saying that the way the show was filmed, every scene is dynamic, meaning like every scene is moving. The camera is never still. So like when you guys are watching us on sprints, the camera is not moving. But like on CoComelon, the camera is always like panning sideways or zooming in or zooming out. And so there's never like a still shot. And so kids' brains are used to things like constantly moving. And so because they're used to things constantly moving, when they get into a classroom where they have to be still for, class so that the teacher can teach and everybody's paying attention, they like don't know how to be still because they're so used to things like moving around and stuff like that. And I thought that was really interesting. Don't know how much truth there is to it, but I thought it was an interesting point. Thanks, Nightbot. I have never watched this show, so I do not know.
This is a family favorite. This is why we needed to turn on Disney again, because Bluey's a family favorite.
Okay.
Absolutely. I watch Bluey by myself. I'll just turn it on in the background. I don't care.
That is hilarious.
Great.
If I accidentally
They can watch Bluey. I'll make an exception.
Yeah, I love me some Bluey. I love it.
It's funny, my mom, a boomer, was watching Bluey with my niece and called me like, have you heard of Bluey? It's so good.
Because I feel like Bluey is the perfect combination for a family show. Because there's like heartwarming things and like things that parents, or even if you're not a parent, like I feel like you can still relate to it like as you watch it. But then like most of the content is for the kids to enjoy also. And they're only 8-minute episodes, which I feel like is the perfect amount of time if you're having like your 5-year-old watch it. Like Ari is 7 and she starts to get bored after like 30 minutes. Like she doesn't always make it through a 30-minute episode without like walking off from it or whatever. With an 8-minute episode, like you can watch one episode and then decide you're done.
Yeah, that's true. Talk on it. Ariana and Liz are iconic. They really are. And then when they do their Halloween stuff every year now, I love seeing them do their Halloween skits. I wonder what they're going to do this year. A lot of kid shows like Peppa Pig are such a bad influence.
Yes, yeah. Plus, like the dad is such. Listen, first of all, Peppa Pig. Peppa has a bad attitude. Like she just be telling her parents what she's gonna do. First of all, no ma'am. Second, the dad just lets her. Is just like okay to everybody. It doesn't matter who it is. They'll be like we're gonna. I'll figure it out, Ari. I'll wash some clothes. Go. But she like. They'll be like, this is an actual episode, okay? They were like, Dad, we think you should jump out this plane. You want us to shove you out of it? They don't say that, but like that's basically what's implied. And he's like, okay. Max and Ruby is another one I don't allow in my house.
I did not like that show. That show was weird to me. I remember watching that like as a kid. I was like, this is a weird show.
First of all, Ruby is she's so abusive to Max.
Yeah, she's mean.
We ain't never seen a parent a day of Max and Ruby. There's never any parent.
Max is like an evil genius, and Ruby is kind of a bitch. Like this is a weird show.
Ruby is just jealous of Max.
Women's World was one of my favorite shows. Really, yeah. I love Mr. Feeney. It will be a truly sad day when he passes. I know that he's like really old. I actually named my dog after Mr. Feeney. My dog's name is Giorgio Prince Feeney, and I love Mr. Feeney, and I love the way Eric says his name.
The best part of Boy Meets World.
He's the one that brings all the lessons home.
Right, I was like, he's the one teaching all the lessons.
Yep, that is one of my favorite shows. Like out of the '90s, my top 2 favorite shows in the '90s, like real shows, not like kid shows, just like regular shows, is Boy Meets World and Fresh Prince. Those are my top 2 favorite shows. They don't make shows like Little Bear. That is true. I forgot about Little Bear. Franklin, Arthur, yeah.
Well, she's seen Arthur, but I don't even know where to find like Little Bear and Franklin. Like,
yeah. I forgot all about Little Bear.
I haven't let her watch Little Bill, even though you can stream that because Bill Cosby, and I just feel weird about it. Like I did because like here's the thing is like Little Bill was the kids' version of like the Cosby Show, right? So I feel like it just feels really gross to me to let her watch Little Bill, even though like I do think it's a good show and like I do think it teaches good lessons. Like You know what I mean? But it just feels gross. Just knowing, you know what I'm saying?
Just pretend like you don't know.
It sucks because I
Little Bear.
do like that. Yeah.
Caramel Fluff.
Nick and
Okay,
Victoria
that makes sense
dirty
because
giving her a show based on singing
It's
and
on
then
Amazon
putting
Prime?
Ari and Liz in it.
Okay,
She didn't
well,
even
she
stand a chance.
On YouTube.
yeah, but I don't let her have free range of YouTube.
I was
Me
technically-
too,
I have
let's
to-
keep
it
that
has to
heavy in the
go back.
background. Cool.
Yeah, it's on, it's on
Yeah, we
Paramount.
are gonna get to a sprint soon, guys. I'm trying to get to the end of the comments. Danielle is just out here being reckless with these hot takes. Not a wet paper. I mean, I don't disagree with Miranda, okay? I feel that about Selena Gomez. Okay, here's the thing. This is true, but hear me out. I think that the roles that Selena chooses to play are roles where that type of personality matches the character. Versus for iCarly, I like, for example, when you look at Alex, when you look at, I forget what is her name, Mabel or whatever, in Murders Only in the Building, she's playing characters that are typically very monotone, very sarcastic, dry humor. Like that's the kind of characters that she likes to do. Whereas iCarly is just playing like a regular high school girl, not someone that's intending to be dry humor or sarcastic or anything like that. And she just has no personality. Like it's not like she's supposed to be like that. She just doesn't have any personality. She is a piece of cardboard in any role that she plays, even if the role doesn't fit that way of acting. It's because she's not a good actress. That's what it comes down to. She's not a good actress. She's a pretty girl. She's a sweet girl, but she's not a good actress. Like it is what it is.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like Selena Gomez because I think she's funny.
Yeah.
I don't feel like you need to be a good actress to be funny.
Right. And I like that she is strategic in the kind of roles that she plays. And she can do other stuff. If you've ever seen like the Spring Breakers, that was a very different type of role that she played, and she did it well. So it's like she has versatility. She just chooses to play characters that are very sarcastic because that's what she likes to do. And it's what she knows she's good at. So I mean, it's smart on her part to be very selective in the kind of characters that you play if you know you're going to be good at it and it's what you like to do. Miranda Cosgrove just kind of takes whatever somebody gives her and just plays this stiff cardboard cutout and everything she does.
Here's the thing. Atia, if you want to, okay, here's what I'm going to tell you to do. I'm not going to tell you to go rewatch it. I'm going to tell you to go watch, what was that? It's on HBO Max. There's on Max. There's a documentary on Max.
Oh my gosh, what is it called?
But there is a documentary on there, and it's about kids that grew up on those shows on Nickelodeon, and it goes over all of it without you actually having to rewatch the episodes, and it does show you like snippets of things that were disgusting. I don't even want to say problematic. They were just freaking gross. And I remember I watched it and I was like, this is what we were watching as children? And our parents were watching it with us. That's the weird part. And they were like, this is fine.
Mommy, it's your turn to help me pick up.
So glad I never picked up on that. Hello, Beatrice. How are you? Just left work. We'll decompress a bit before going to bed. Sounds like a plan. Incredibles 2 was such a letdown. I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know. And I say that as someone who comes from a family who are diehard fans of the first movie. They truly just recycled the plot, but switched which spouse did it. Interesting. Okay. Well, if you ever want some deep dives on Dan's show, Quentin Reviews has put some hardcore work in and hours of content. Like he does play-by-plays. Oh, yikes. I feel like that could be traumatizing watching that. Watching a deep dive on Dan's shows and all the problematic, disgusting things that are in them. Yikes. 60 hours watching his 5+ hour videos. Wow. Didn't want to turn it off. It's such a low bar. I mean, it's something, right? Sunny with a Chance was blood. Demi is Demi is absolutely an icon. But that show was awful. I'm so sorry. It was a bad show. But So Random, the spinoff, was excellent. One of my favorite shows on Disney, not gonna lie. Me and my brother still quote that show like to this day. Have legs for days. If anybody's ever seen So Random, that is one of my favorite skits. Sunny with a Chance and the damn blunt cut. Yes, the bangs was a choice. It was a choice. Oh, I didn't like Sunny. I'm glad I'm not the only one.
I didn't like it either, and I loved Demi Lovato. So.
Really try to give us SNL behind the scenes, but none of us after that are even old enough to watch SNL. Yeah, not send her back. Young and Hungry was so fun. So was the show Hillary Duff did Younger. See, I never watched Younger. I wanted to, but I never watched it. Instead of income, it's steady income, so a lot of stars do it. Yeah, I believe it. That makes sense. I feel like we need Neva merch that says absolutely not.
I can make you some. I'll make. I need to. I'm gonna refresh in the merch for 2025 anyway. So
I like it.
I'll make some shirts that say absolutely not.
And those shows are good. Exposure slash self promo. That's true.
You don't know.
I think
Yeah, I
most
went
of
to
them
go see it in theaters.
over
It's
with
just because there's a
YouTube
bunch
Kids.
of stuff on like
The first two aired on Disney. Yeah. Never knew that there was a. Yeah, I remember when it came out, but I never saw it. I never watched it.
Yeah, I mean it was fine. Like it was a similar concept to the first one. It just obviously it wasn't with Lindsay Lohan because that would have been
Right.
weird. And I think the girl was actually like maybe I think she was supposed to be about the same age as Lindsay Lohan was in the movie, like the original movie, and it was fine. It basically like, there was like I think it was like her mom's Eve doll or something. Like it wasn't even like it wasn't like the first one where it was like this Eve doll that was like jumping off the shelves, you know what I mean? Until she came alive and then they couldn't make anymore. But like it was like her mom's Eve doll and then she came to life and shenanigans ensued. Like it was fine. It just I mean, I just could have lived my life without it. Like I was good with just the first one.
Hello, Jamie. My sister did indeed want to do the gym during wine since, but I'm back now and ready for some peach wine and reading. Sounds delicious. What are you going to be reading? Hello, Jess. Have 10 hours to get at least 50% of the degree, and I have officially blacked out my Scarathon board. That's awesome. You got this. My 4-year-old niece is banned from watching Peppa Pig, but loves Bluey.
We don't do Peppa Pig, man. But Bluey, listen, if she's like, Mom, I'm gonna go watch Bluey, I'm like, okay, great. Listen, they like shoved the man out of a plane. Like his dad is like, yeah, sure. No.
I've never watched Peppa Pig. It's just so funny because I've heard so many parents say the same thing where they're like, yeah, no, we don't watch that in our house. And I'm just like, oh wow, like what's wrong with the show?
And the thing is like
crazy.
Peppa also will just like her parents will tell her to do things and she'll tell them no.
Interesting.
Who are you? I'm sorry. What? Absolutely not. Nope.
Yeah, me either. Me either. But now I feel like I should watch it just so I can be in on what everybody's talking about. I feel like I'm missing out. And with that, we have reached the end of the comments. So we're going to jump into a sprint. I think we're going to make this one a longer sprint just because we chatted for a bit. So I'm going to make this one a 90-minute sprint. Oop, hello, keyboard. There we go. Make this a 90-minute sprint. Let me share my screen. I imagine that some folks may be headed off to bed during this sprint. So if you will be leaving us, I say good night to you. Have a wonderful, restful night. Let me move this over here. There we go. All right. And I will see you guys back here in an hour and a half. Happy reading. And we are back. 1 second. I need to. Oop. I did not read. Well, I read for the first like 15 minutes of that sprint. But then I started watching the Love Is Blind reunion, and it is such a mess in the best way possible. I'm eating it up. I'm so excited to finish this. But how did you guys do? How did you do, Neva?
Oh, I did not read. Absolutely not. I did not read. I put Ari to bed, and I colored on my iPad, and then I watched some of, I don't know what this show is called. Some show on Max. It's like a true crime show. People Magazine Investigates, because they have some new like episodes. So I did that. And it's exactly what it sounds like. It's just like people that write for People Magazine. So like employees that write for People Magazine, and they talk about like different cases that have been covered in People Magazine.
Interesting. Okay. Nice. So it looks like we didn't get any reading done. I don't know if anybody in the comments got any reading done. Hopefully you guys did. Hopefully you guys used that time productively. But if you also watched the reunion, let me know, because we need to chat about it, because oh my gosh, having the best time. Let's see. Jamie said, I've started Bare Bones by Kathy, is it Reish? From the series that inspired the Bones show. Very nice. Reish is great. The first books were so good. Okay. I didn't even know that Bones was based on a book, so that's cool. Also, hello, Cassia. How are you? Hello, Cassia. Hello. How are you, Rick? How's it going? Long time no see, but for some reason I'm up at 2:30 a.m. not being able to sleep, so I'll be reading The Pumpkin Spice Cafe. Okay. How is that going? How are you liking it so far? Reading a NetGalley arc called, I have no idea how you say that word, Kitchen. It's a novel about a restaurant in Japan that offers remembrance meals to people so that they can have one last conversation with someone who has died. Interesting. Is this at all connected to the, what is that series? The something about coffee, Before the Coffee Gets Cold? Is there any connection to that series, or is this completely unrelated and just kind of like a coincidence that the plots are similar? Oops. That sounds uncharacteristically heartwarming for you, Chris. Are you enjoying it?
I'm saying, unless it's like secretly depressing, because Chris be reading just like the most depressing stuff. Like, I don't think it's heartwarming, to be honest.
I mean, it could be still a little bit depressing. Like the idea that it's, an opportunity for you to have a conversation with someone who's died. That is kind of depressing. Can be heartwarming, can be depressing. Depends on the story. Could go either way. Lexi said, also did not read. Finished editing tomorrow's video, though. That's productive. Got to page 141 out of 454 in Signs of the Slayer. This protagonist is hilarious. Love her. Ooh, okay. Might have to pick this up. This is completely unrelated, but this thought just popped into my head. Did you guys know that Wendy's is selling Krabby Patties? I just found this out today. I need to know if anybody else is aware of this. Yeah, they're selling Krabby Patties. I don't know why. Like, I don't know, like, is SpongeBob having a movie or something coming out? Like, is this a promo? I don't know what's going on.
I don't think so.
But I was 2 years old when I found out. I'm assuming that this is like a limited time thing. I ate one. It just tastes like a regular burger. I wasn't like impressed, but
just like a Wendy's burger, bro. Like,
yeah,
they don't have the secret recipe.
Okay? They have some kind of like special sauce, but like it didn't taste like anything. It was like, okay. It was like they were trying to be like McDonald's, how McDonald's with the Big Mac has like the sauce or whatever. It was like kind of like that, but like not as good as McDonald's sauce. So I was like, okay. But they have like, it's like a Krabby Patty. You can get like, I didn't get the meal, but if you get the meal, it's like a Krabby Patty, fries, and you get like a pineapple Frosty. I did not get the meal because I don't know that I like the idea of a pineapple Frosty. I don't know that I like pineapple ice cream, and I wasn't necessarily interested in trying that today. So I just opted for the sandwich by itself because I just wanted to know what the Krabby Patty tasted like. Underwhelming. That's what I'll say. Underwhelming. But I just wasn't sure if this was like a known thing that everybody knew about and I just was late to the game, or if this is like a new thing. I found out about it today.
I didn't know nothing about that.
Cassie said, "Love is Blind is crazy glue for your senses." It really is. I love this show. Oh my gosh, I'm addicted. Helen said, "Back, made and ate dinner, read 30 pages. Very productive sprint for you, Helen. Very nice." Anna said, "No reading, tidied up, took the trash out. Then I watched a couple of episodes of a Chinese drama. Very cool." Got distracted hanging out with my cats. Did finish 22 pages in an arc, Night and Day, by John Cannoli, about a magic library. Oh, that sounds fun. I like that. I'm enjoying it so far, 20% into it. Okay, well, that's good. Just heard that the other day. Oh, about the Wendy's thing? Yeah, just found this out today. I saw the Krabby Patty on the apps had a cute cartoon image. Yes, I saw that and I was very confused by it. I saw it. I don't know if I saw it like on their website or somewhere I saw it and I was like, because I was looking at the menu or something, and it was like all the other stuff on the menu was like real pictures, of food. But then like all the Krabby Patty SpongeBob stuff is like animated, like drawn. And I was like, this is weird. I don't like this. I want to see what the sandwich looks like, not a drawing of the sandwich. Like, this is weird. But it's crab meat because we all know that Mr. Krabs' secret recipe. Yeah, it was not a crab meat sandwich. It was a regular beef patty. So, like I said, underwhelming. Read a bit more of Bombshell by C. Is it Reese? Rise? I'm not sure how you say this. Wish I would have read the synopsis before picking it up. It's a single dad romance, and those are my least favorite to read. I wonder if Katie's read this. I wouldn't be able to get that frosted anyways because I'm allergic to pineapple. Oh no. Yeah, I thought that was like just a weird thing. Like I understand like why they wanted to incorporate pineapple because like he lives in a pineapple. So like I get it. But I don't know if a pineapple frosty was the best way to incorporate the pineapple piece. I might go back to Wendy's and just get the frosty by itself. But this was like in the middle of the day. This was like at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And I don't really crave ice cream in the middle of the day. Like if I'm gonna eat ice cream, it's usually like a late night, after dinner kind of thing. And I was like, I really don't need pineapple ice cream in the middle of the day. So I was like, pass. But maybe I'll go back and try it and let you guys know if it's good or not. Thank you, Nightbot. Krabby Patty collab is in celebration. Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was gonna say I didn't know about nothing coming out, but it makes sense if SpongeBob is turning 25.
Yeah. Cool. Very nice. Good to know. Thank you for that context. I was very confused as to why Wendy's just randomly started selling Krabby Patties. I was like, is something happening? Like, did I miss something? But yeah, thank you for that. And we managed to actually make it to the end of the comments super quick. Cannot believe it. We are going to do one last sprint. This will be a shorter sprint. So this will be a 30-minute sprint instead of an hour. So let me get the timer pulled up. I always have to take the timer down during the chatty bits. Otherwise, my camera is like super laggy and then it'll like cut out. So I have to take the timer off.
I'm probably gonna leave you during this sprint.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, this will be our last sprint anyway.
I have to get up in the morning.
All good. Yep, it'll be a 30. So this will be a shorter one since we did, because normally I try to do at least like 3 hours. I try to do 4, but usually we only get to 3. So we did an hour the first time. We did an hour and a half the second time. So if we do a 30 this time, that'll still be 3 hours altogether. Yeah. Even though we broke it up weird this time, but it'll in total be the same. So we're going to hop right into this. I'm going to continue watching Love is Blind. I'm not going to lie to you guys and tell you that I'm going to be reading because I'm not. I'm finishing watching this reunion. So by the time we come back, I should have finished the reunion. So I will see you guys back here. To answer your question, I am enjoying most of it. I think there's a lot of stuff in it that is just extra unnecessary parts that we could like definitely take out and trim out. So I'm interested to watch the adaptation that my husband is in. My husband, Big Jane Franco. I want to watch that because I think that because it's a series, they're going to take out a lot of the extra stuff that doesn't need to be in there. They're going to be able to like condense it a lot better. But overall, it is an interesting story. I like the concept very much. But yeah, I will see you guys back here in a half an hour. Good night, Geneva. And we will see you guys back here in 30 minutes. Happy reading, or whatever you're going to be doing, because I won't be reading. And we are back. How did everyone do? How did your reading go? As you guys know, I did not read during that sprint. I never had any intentions of reading during that sprint, if I'm being completely honest. So yeah, I finished the reunion, so that was great. It was the ending of it was a little lackluster. Like I think everything I had watched up to the point where the last sprint ended was pretty much where all the juiciness was. That last like 20 minutes or so was kind of like meh. I wasn't missing anything. But I'm glad that I finished it. I tried to listen to a little bit of the book. I listened to it for like maybe 5 minutes because I think I had like 10 minutes to spare or something like that when I finished the show. So I tried to listen to a little bit of the book, and then I was trying to make a list of all the movies that I watched this month for the first time. And I don't think this is an exhaustive list because I'm pretty sure there's stuff that I missed that I forgot. But I've been talking to you guys like every week about like what horror movies, like recommendations and stuff, because I was trying to watch, as many horror movies, ones that I had never seen before this month. So I have a list. Like I said, I don't think this is all of them. I'm pretty sure there's stuff that's missing that I've watched that I forgot that I saw. But so far, from what I can recall in the last 3 minutes of the sprint, I've seen for the first time Nightmare on Elm Street 1, Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Prom Night, the original one from like the 70s or the 80s, whenever it came out, Prom Night, the one that came out in the 2000s, Red Rose, The Faculty, Poltergeist, the one that came out in, what was it, 82? And then Poltergeist, the one that came out in 2015 or something like that. Amityville Horror, the one that came out, I think, in 79, and then also the one that came out in 2005. Insidious, The Last Key, Interview with a Vampire, The Shining, Cabin in the Woods, and Ready or Not. I think those are all the ones that I've watched, but it's entirely possible that there may be other ones that I forgot that I saw. But yeah, that is my list. So I feel like I did really good with watching a lot of movies. I also started watching Sabrina this week, which isn't a movie, but it's still like horror adjacent. I watched a couple of episodes of American Horror Stories. I forget what season, maybe season 2 or something. I can't remember. I didn't watch the whole season. I watched like maybe like 2 or 3 episodes, just because I was bored one day. I think I was like trying to kill time or something, and I didn't have time to watch like a full movie, so I was like, oh, let's see what I can throw on. But yeah, that's been my list for this month, so we're doing great. There were definitely some ones that I wanted to get to that I didn't get a chance to watch, like Child's Play. I've never seen Child's Play, Pet Sematary, Cujo, or Carrie. Those are 4 that I wanted to get to, but there's always next year. But how did you guys do? Let me see where I left off in the comments. I feel like getting to know a celebrity would ruin my good opinion of them. That is probably true, which is why it's in my mind. In my mind, I'm married to these people. That way I can keep the impression that I already have of them. I got to chapter 4, but did not read more than that. That's fine. It's late, Hello, Coda. How are you? How's it going? Hello, Coda. Got to 20% in Zodiac Academy 3. Nice. Got to page 177 of 454. Excellent. Hello to Coda and Atia. On page 202. Very nice. Hello, Chris. I have never watched a full episode of Love Island, so I don't know enough about the show to say whether or not I would go on it. As far as Love is Blind, I've obviously watched every season of Love is Blind, plus all of the different international spinoffs like Brazil and Argentina, Sweden, Mexico, Japan. Like I've pretty much seen them all for the most part. I wouldn't go on a show. But if there was like an experience like that, like I would participate in the experiment if it wasn't gonna be like televised. But I don't see myself going on a show like that because when you go on a show like that, any reality show, really, not even just Love is Blind, but any reality show, you're kind of opening yourself up to the public, and people, whether it's their right to have this information, whether you owe them answers or not, they're going to feel entitled to know things about you that they really don't have any business knowing. And I don't approve of, people being invasive in people's lives. Like, it's one thing, like, whatever you put on the show is what you put on the show. But I'm talking about, like, outside of the show. All the stuff that you see on Twitter and TikTok and Instagram and people like, screenshots and creating theories and being like, oh, I'm exposing this person's DMs, like all of that stuff, like getting people's kids involved, people's parents involved. Like, that's the stuff that I don't support, and I don't like when people do that. But I think that because we live in a very like social media driven world, you can't really avoid that. So for that reason, I would not go on like the actual show because I don't want that to happen to me. But if there was like an experiment that was happening like locally that was set up the same way Love is Blind, I would participate in that. I would do it. Got to page 63 of Wizards of Earthsea. Okay. I think I'm getting reading burnout. Oh no. Well, luckily, I don't know if you're participating in Fabelin, but Fabelin is almost over. We have one more day. So I don't know if you have any like readathons lined up for November or not. I would recommend participating in Winterathon because I am one of the hosts for Winterathon. So that would be a lot of fun. But also no pressure. Like, if you need a break, I think that, especially like now that we're getting closer to the end of the year, I think that it's definitely a good time to take a break and kind of like reflect on like what your goals were for the year. Like, that's what I'm going to be doing in November. I have purposefully mapped out my November and my December TBR based on like the goals that I set for myself at the beginning of the year and like which of those goals I am not meeting. So trying to like play catch up at the end. Last year, I tried to play catch up in December, and that was not enough time. So I am trying to change that this year, and I'm starting in November to play catch up on some of the goals that I said I wanted to meet, like books on my self-destruct list, or just like other goals, like reading. Like I said, I wanted to read, I think, 3 tomes this year. And so 11/22/63 will be one of those tomes once I finish it. I think that will be my third one because I read Things We Never Got Over and something else. I think, what is that book called? Serpent and the Wings of Night, I think is 500 pages. I think that was the other one. Let me see. Let's go to Storygraph. What book did I read that was over 500 pages? Yeah, Serpent and the Wings of Night, Things We Never Got Over. And then once I finish 11/22/63, that is obviously over 500 pages. So I'm trying to hit that goal. I think I had a goal for the number of nonfictions I wanted to read. I think I surpassed that goal. But there are some other ones that I can't remember off the top of my head that like, ooh, I need to, finish some books so I can meet these goals. As far as like the number of books I wanted to read and the page count, I hit those. But one of the goals that I set for myself in general, like big picture goal for 2024 was I realized that last year I read a lot of books. I read 105 books, which was great. But they weren't necessarily books that I wanted to read. And there were so many books that I wanted to read that I didn't get to, whether it was books that I physically owned behind me or books that, just were on my like, hypothetical, digital, whatever TBR. And I realized the reason why I read so many books that I didn't really want to read necessarily, not saying that they were bad or good, but they just weren't, books that I wanted to pick up necessarily. It was because I was participating in a bunch of readathons and I was picking up books purely for the sake of hitting the prompt and not picking up books that I actually wanted to read. So I told myself that going into 2024, that I was not going to pick up a book just for the sake of reading it to hit a readathon prompt. I was specifically going to be picking up books. If it's for a readathon prompt, it's going to be something that I actually want to read, something that is already on one of my many TBRs, because I have TBRs everywhere. I have my physical TBR. I have a TBR on like, my Amazon wish list. I have a TBR on Storygraph, a TBR on Goodreads. Like, I have TBRs everywhere. I have a notes, in my notes app on my phone. Like, I have just so many TBRs. So as long as it's a book off of one of those lists, then it's fine. But for me to just like randomly pick up a book that I've never heard of, that was something that I didn't really want to do. And I didn't stick to that, obviously, this year because I participated in Battle of the Booktuber, where I was recommended books. So I didn't have a choice in what those were. And then I also did the cast of the Vampire Diaries recommend me books, which I'm still going to be continuing that series into next year because I have lots more books that the cast members gave me. So those books obviously weren't on my TBR, but outside of that, I've tried to be very like strict in making sure that I am reading books that I actually want to read. So in doing that, I'm looking at my TBR like, ooh, I said I want to read this. Like I had like like 5-star predictions that I wanted to read, series that I wanted to read, like just so many things that I wanted to do this year. And granted, I didn't get as much reading done this year as I wanted to because of my living situation. That was obviously couldn't have predicted this was going to happen. But I'm trying to use these last 2 months to try to play catch up on at least some of these things so I can try to hit the majority of my goals. But I think I'm saying all that to say that if you need to take a break from like competitive readathons or take a break from reading altogether, maybe like pick up a different hobby, if you craft, if you like to watch movies, whatever it is, I think the end of the year, like holiday time, stuff like that, is probably the best time to kind of like just relax, reset and get ready for 2025. Hello to Glenda and Chris. Wait a second. Okay, listen, you're right, but I said before we went into the sprint that was going to be the last sprint, but I forgot to change the banner because I immediately went to watching Love is Blind. So I completely forgot to change the banner. So that's my bad. Yes, I am quite proud of myself that I was able to watch all of these movies. And I'm not really a big movie person, just in general. I don't watch a lot of movies, but I felt like I needed to watch a lot of these movies just because I'm a fan of a lot of things that pull inspiration from a lot of these movies that I had never seen before. And so there are a lot of moments where they're referencing things or they're paying homage to things that I had never seen before. So a lot of that stuff like wouldn't go over my head, like especially with like Stranger Things. There are a lot of horror movie references in Stranger Things. I'm a huge fan, you guys know, of the Scream franchise. There are so many references to horror movies throughout all, what are we up to? 6 movies in the Scream franchise now. So I felt like I needed to watch a lot of these like classics and stuff that I had never seen before because there is so much that is pulled from these in the movies that we're getting, moving forward. So I'm quite proud of the list. Thank you, Nightbot. Did you see the ending? No, not at all. Let me just say that I had no idea what Cabin in the Woods was even about. I thought it was, I think there's another movie. It's not Mama, but it's some movie where it's like these 2 kids are in the woods. Like they have a house in the woods and they have like this crazy mom or nanny or something. And she like puts the kids in the oven or something. I don't know. I've just seen the trailers of this movie, so I have no idea what it is. But I think that movie and also Evil Dead, I got them fused together and for some reason thought that the fusion of these 2 movies was Cabin in the Woods. Don't know how my brain just randomly put those 2 movies together and gave it the title of Cabin in the Woods. Just completely made that whole thing up. So when I watched Cabin in the Woods, I was like, huh? In the beginning, because I didn't know what it was about. And so when you're seeing like the people in like the headquarters, like talk to the different, I'm just like, what is going on in this movie? Like I was very confused. It took me a while to like catch on to like what was happening. And then you get to the end, and the end was super unhinged. I was like, this is the most insane movie I've ever seen. Like, what is happening? Who wrote this? Got to page 40 of The House at Watch Hill. Very nice. Also, speaking of The House at Watch Hill, what I'm about to say next actually has nothing to do with The House at Watch Hill, but because you put the word house and hill in the same sentence, it made me think of The Haunting of Hill House, which I did not watch or read this year. I watched the show when it came out, but I haven't like rewatched it, and I've never read the book. But I think the same people who created The Haunting of Hill House created another show, miniseries, called The Fall of the House of Usher. I know that was like a leap, right? To get from this comment to me talking about The Fall of the House of Usher. See how my brain works? But that was another thing that I watched. I actually forgot. I need to add that to the list. I watched The Fall of the House of Usher. That is a series that was actually pretty good. I think it's based on like Edgar Allan Poe works. I don't know if it's one story that he wrote that this whole thing is based off of, or if it's a compilation of different stories that he did and they kind of like put it together. But that was actually pretty good. It wasn't very scary, definitely gory, but not like scary. I think the scariest part of it is the fact that there are so many jump scares. And to me, jump scares aren't scary. I feel like that's, to me, jump scares are cheap. it's like a cheap way to scare people. I want to be actually scared, not scared because you caught me by surprise with like loud music and a weird, scary face on the screen. Like do something that's like actually scary. But outside of the jump scares, I thought the show was actually pretty good. So if you're looking for something to watch, like, you know, Halloween is tomorrow, looking for something that's a little creepy, a little eerie, maybe a little bit gory, I recommend. It was pretty good. I just watched a documentary about China where they showed a real life, I don't know how you say this word, cesarean. Is that how you say the word? Birth. Definitely scary and horrifying. Do not like real life blood. Yeah, I agree with the do not like real life blood. I'm not like squeamish, but I also just like don't like it. Hello, Atia, Cassia, Courtney, Squishy, Lexi, Prek, Jamie, Jess, Steph, Beatrice, and anyone that I missed. Hello, Dakota. Listen to an hour of The Secret History, filmed a wrap up for a vlog, and now gonna squish up in bed. Very nice. I can see you going on Amazing Race. I can never do it as I have no sense of direction. I haven't watched Amazing Race since I was a kid. Like I'm talking like middle school was probably the last time I actually watched an episode of that show. And I remember being like, oh, this show is so cool. And then I got to high school and for some reason I just stopped watching it. There wasn't any reason why. I just stopped for some reason. But I don't know that I would be good on that show. I do have a great sense of direction. I will say that. I know that men like to say that women have no sense of direction, but that's actually not true at all because I have a really, I mean, not to toot my own horn, but like I do have a really good sense of direction. And I have been around men who don't have a good sense of direction. I'm just like, clearly that stereotype is not true. But yeah, I don't know if I would do good on that show. I don't know. But I appreciate that you have confidence in me. I'm getting ready to go pick peppers and tomatoes. I was gonna say, is it at nighttime in the cold and dark because we're supposed to have first frost at midnight? Okay, already dragged the plants in for the winter. Okay, I was gonna say, isn't it really late? Why are you going pepper picking in the middle of the night? And since I haven't finished the library and my bedroom, they are covering the kitchen table, one of the table benches, and some of the floor. Nice. They're taking over. Oh, Nightbot is on it today. Okay. Hello, Dakota. I like the idea of readathons, but I find some people get very competitive and become readathon Karens. That is true. That is very true. I like to kind of just have fun with it. I'm like, if you hit the prompts, great. If not, that's also fine. As long as you're reading books that you actually want to read and you're hopefully enjoying them, that's really all I care about when it comes to readathons, because I feel like that's kind of the point of readathons, is to kind of encourage people to read and have fun doing it. And so when you get too competitive, like you said, you have some of those like Karens in the readathons, it takes away from the purpose, which is to have fun. So yes, I agree with this. How's the series? Okay, listen. um, so we're going to just postpone the year of the series until 2025. Or until I can move back into my house. That's what I'll say. Once I can move back into my house full time, that is when we will start the year of the series. Because I only got a month and a half into the year before the house flooded. The house flooded in February. So I didn't get a lot of time, okay, to really get into the groove of the year of the series. So we're just going to start over. We're going to pretend like I didn't say any of that. We're going to pretend like there isn't a video on my channel where I'm talking about all the series that I'm going to read in 2024. We're going to pretend like none of that happened, okay? And we will then remember that it happened once I can move back into my house. Hello, Jess. How are you? Going back to this, I don't think I finished any series. I maybe am caught up on some series just based on how many have come out, like Butcher and Blackbird. There's 2 books in that series. I have read both of those. And there may be some others that are like that, where it's like the series isn't complete yet, but I'm like up to date on what's out there. But there are a whole lot of series that I wanted to read that I didn't start. And then there are also series that I started and haven't finished. Like I haven't even finished Carval. And that was like the first one that I started. So I will finish that before the year is out. I do have Finale on my TBR. I forget if it's on November or December, but I do have that on my TBR to read that so I can at least close out one series that I started. But I also started the Inheritance Games and I have not finished that series. And to be honest, I don't know if I'm going to because I didn't really like the book. I know that's a hot take, but I wasn't really a super huge fan of that book. I might need to go back and reread it because I was reading that. I want to think I read it in like March, maybe, which was kind of around the time that like life was really stressful because I had so many things. Like I was planning a vacation, a birthday party. The house stuff had just happened. I was studying for my exam. I was changing jobs. Like there was just so much happening at that time that maybe I didn't give it the attention that it deserved. Like maybe I wasn't like fully paying attention and like I missed stuff. So I might go back and like just start that series over. But as it stands, unless I start it over, I will not be continuing because I didn't really care for the first book. But I also started The Naturals and I did like that book, but I just haven't continued past the first book. So yeah, there are a couple of series that I started and have not continued. So yeah, we're just gonna we will revisit this idea. We're gonna put a pin in it, as they say, and we will revisit the idea of the year of the series once I can move back into my house. That's a good idea. And yes, I'm in Fabling. I think I just need to chill. Need a chill reading month since I've been doing competitive readathons back to back. Yeah, it's definitely. Like I said, I feel like if there's ever a time to do it, the end of the year is the best time. Because it's just a good time to kind of just like reset, reflect, and plan for what's to come for next year. Made the same goal back in TAR. I have kept the same goal throughout all of the readathons except Read Your Library, where I only use books from my physical TBR for prompts. Nice. Even if I end up reading via audiobook and using Libby, it needs to be a book that I do indeed. Yeah. I try to stick to books that, like I said, this is on my TBR. It doesn't necessarily have to be something that I own physically, because another thing that I've been trying to do, and I think I actually did a really good job this year. Didn't do so good last year, but this year I did a much better job of not buying books if I haven't like read them outside of pre-orders. There are a couple of pre-orders that I got because the books were pretty and I had no idea what the books were about. They just were pretty, and so I ordered them. We're not going to talk about those. But anything else that I bought this year, I'm pretty sure, with the exception of maybe like 1 or 2 books, all the books that I can think of anyway that I purchased this year were all books that I read them first before I bought them. So I knew when I bought them that like I already liked it. And I try to be more intentional about the books that I buy, because these bookshelves that you see behind me, like this is pretty much the only space that I have for books in the house. And so I'm trying to be very intentional about what I get so that I make sure I have space for stuff. There's actually a shelf that you guys can't see, but up here is the shelf of books that I want to like get rid of, books that I bought before I read them, and then ended up not liking them, and now I want to get rid of them. So I'd like to not have, books on that shelf, because I don't want to have books that I don't like. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to be more intentional about what I buy, which is why I'm trying to be more intentional about what I read, because some of these books that I have on my shelves, I bought these books last year, year before, whatever, haven't read them. So these things can be taking up space. I might read some of these books and be like, oh, this was terrible, and I have to get rid of it. That's what happened with what I'm not going to say was terrible, but the Eric LaRocca book, The Trees Grew Because I Bled There. I bought that one, and I bought Things Have Gotten Worse Since We Last Spoke, or whatever that one is called. And I bought Everything the Darkness Eats. Bought all 3 of those books. Had never read anything by Eric LaRocca, but bought all 3 of his books. Don't know why. Don't know. But then I read The Trees Grew Because I Bled There. Ended up not really liking it. And so now I have to unhaul it. And so I'm scared, honestly, to pick up the other 2. But like I need to read them so that I can decide if I want to keep them or not, because there probably are more books on my shelf that I don't really need to have here if I'm not going to like them. So I need to get to them. And if I keep picking up books that I don't really want to read, or books that I had never even knew existed until a prompt came up and I started searching for something to fit the prompt, then I'll never get through these books behind me. That parameter helped me tremendously. Yep. I bet. My goal this year is just reading my own book collection. I've unhauled over 100 books. Oh my gosh. So as of right now, I see it as a success. Wow. That is insane. 100. I don't think I've read 100 books this year. So that's wild. Yeah, I thought it was Mama, but I don't know if I'm getting it mixed up with something else. I can't remember. Follows 2 young girls abandoned in a forest cabin, fostered by an unknown entity that they call Mama. Okay, maybe it is that. Because like I said, whatever the movie is, I've never seen it. I've just seen the trailer for it. So I couldn't remember what the title was. That's hilarious. I'm the one with an excellent sense of direction, and my partner, a man, gets lost if you turn him around too many times. See, that they be trying to play us like where women are bad drivers and women have no sense of direction. listen, I'm not going to be here to stand up and shout from the rooftops about how great women drivers are because I'm not going to pretend like I'm the best driver. But I have a great sense of direction, okay? So don't try to play me. Nightbot either wants us really drunk or really hydrated, no in between. I agree with this. Follow the House of based on several post stories, all smushed together. I need to finish watching it. Yeah, I liked it. I've never read the post stories, so like I can't say how like close it is to the source material. So as someone who has never read the source material, I thought the show was done really well, and I like the way that all the stories kind of like flowed and the way the story is being told, the different timelines that you're getting and stuff. I just thought it was all put together really well. Like I said, the only thing that I really can complain about is all the jump scares because I just like I said, I feel like it's really cheap when you try to scare people with jump scares. But aside from that, I really enjoyed it. I will be curious if you have read those post stories, Jamie. I will be curious to hear your thoughts once you finish the show as to how you feel like the show did in terms of like adapting and interpreting the stories because I can't speak to that because I haven't read them. You know what? There's also a show, and I don't know if this is what you're talking about. But there's a show on Netflix called Midnight Mass, which I think is also made by the same people that did Haunting of Hill House and stuff, because it's the same actors just playing different roles. Maybe that's what you're talking about. I don't know who Mike Flanagan is. I don't know if that's an author or if that's a director, but you might be talking about the same show that I'm talking about. And if so, I'm sorry. You just have yeah. Finale's the last one. I read the other two already. Just have to get through finale, and I definitely plan on doing that before the end of this year, so I can wrap that series up. At least that'll be one that I can say I read to completion. Just learned about readathons in August. Flaben is my second one. They have definitely helped motivate me to read more and to read stuff I usually wouldn't have without the prompts. And see, that is true because I can definitely say that there are some books, especially last year, that I picked up that I didn't even know existed until I started searching for books, that would fit certain prompts. That was actually how I found what is it called? It's a poem, or it's not a poem, but it's like a story that's written in verse. Oh my gosh, I can't think of what it's called. I gave it 5 stars. One of the few books that I actually gave 5 stars last year. What is it called? Long Way Down. Long Way Down by Jason Reynolds, I want to say is the author. That fit some prompt for the Get a Clue readathon last year. And I would have never found that book if it wasn't for the fact that it fit one of the prompts. So it is good for that. And I think that if you are like an avid reader where you read a lot of books, and you read a lot of books, you've read a lot of books, maybe you're looking for something, new because you've read so much. I do think that readathons are really good for that because it makes you look for books that maybe you otherwise wouldn't have been, or wouldn't have come across. But I think for someone like me, where I just started reading, like 2 years ago at this point, there are so many books that I haven't read that I don't really need help finding books. Like I have more than enough books to choose from because I'm so new to reading. But for someone who's maybe been reading their whole life and they read a lot, they're like, okay, I read this. Like there's not much that they haven't read. So they're like trying to find, more stuff to read. The readathons can be really helpful for that for sure. I will say the secret with readathons is to just have fun and not take it too seriously. I completely agree. I think that that's the most important thing. That's the whole point. And people just lose sight of the point. The point is to have fun, is to read, encourage people to read and have fun while doing it. And some people just lose sight of that. So you just got to ignore those people and just do you. I'm all discombobulated now because for the first time in months, I cannot find a team-based competitive readathon for November. Oh yeah, because like Neck Alley November and nonfiction November. Is NaNoWriMo happening in November? I don't think that's a reading thing. I think that's a writing thing. But I just was thinking about different like readathon type things that are happening in November. What else? Winterathon. None of those are like team-based or competitive. I think that that's kind of by design though, that a lot of people purposefully did not schedule any competitive based readathons for November and December. Going back to the comment from earlier talking about burnout, there have been so many competitive readathons all year that I think a lot of people are feeling very burnt out. And so a lot of us didn't want to have anything competitive going on at the end of the year to try to give people a break and also give people a chance to catch up on their goals for the year. And also a lot of people tend to read, more holiday type of books at the end of the year, whether it's like, you know, Thanksgiving, Hanukkah, Christmas, whatever. Like people tend to read like more holiday based books towards the end of the year. And it's hard to find holiday books that also fit like random readathon prompts. So it will be hard for people to read the kind of stuff that they want to read this time of year and also have those books fit the prompts. So I think that was kind of intentional that there aren't. I'm not saying there aren't any, but there definitely aren't as many. I think that's kind of on purpose. Same, needs to be a book I'm at least interested in for a readathon prompt or a book club pick and try the library first. Yeah, I always read stuff through the library, whether I physically go there or I get it off of Libby or Everand or something. I try to always read stuff, whether it's a digitally, audiobook, whatever, for free before I go out and purchase the book. That way, when I'm purchasing a book, I know it's a book that I like and I want to keep it on my shelf. Versus I have so many books behind me that I bought, like I said, last year and the year before, that I just bought because I heard someone say good things about it, or I had a lot of good ratings on Goodreads, or just the cover was pretty, that I'm like, dang, what if I hate this book? Now I have to get rid of it. My partner also hates driving because he says it's just one big group project, and I hate group projects. I love this. I am going to steal this and start saying this because I absolutely love this. I also don't like group projects, and I do feel like driving is one big group project because if one person doesn't carry their weight, it just creates a disaster, you know? So I feel that. I feel that in my soul, honestly. Hello, Christina. Just been lurking about reading today. About to finish my 3rd book. Oh my gosh. On a roll. Yes, remember to hydrate. Absolutely. I have my water here. I know y'all been seeing me drink my wine, but I do have my water here. Oh my gosh, 3 books. I'm assuming these are books that you've kind of been like reading a little bit at a time throughout the month, I'm assuming. Hello, Christina. Hello, Glenda. Hello, Atia. Midnight Mice is best on I did not know that. Christopher Pike, I do think, is an author because Christopher Pike is also the person that wrote, didn't he write The Midnight Club or something like that? Which also is an adapted movie. Is it a movie or is it a show? That's on Netflix. So yeah, I didn't know that he also wrote Midnight Mass. Interesting. Hello, Chess. Read most of Poe, but might reread all his stories next year as a refresher. Cask of Amontillado. I'm gonna pretend like I didn't butcher that. It's my favorite of his stories. Okay. Hello to Christina. Oh, he's the director. Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured they were all done by the same person because it's the same actors, just in different roles, which I do think is really cool. I like that he keeps bringing back the same people and putting them in different roles. I think that's really cool. Kind of like American Horror Story, except American Horror Story is one show with like different seasons, and these are like all just a bunch of different like mini series, which is interesting. Interesting way of doing it, but very cool nonetheless. Hello, Chris. Hello, Dakota. Thank you, Christina. Hello, Dakota. Hello. Nice to meet you. I don't think we've met. Wait, your name looks familiar. I know you from somewhere. Christina, is this your husband? I've seen this name before. Why do I know this name? Someone help me. I keep my shelves very differently from most booktubers. I have hundreds of unread books always. I like readathons as an excuse to sort my shelves differently and rediscover books on my shelves. That's a fun way to do it too. I don't think for me that would be very cost efficient, but it does sound fun. November, December are always stressful without the added stress of readathons. Yeah, this is true. There's one team-based readathon that I have found so far in November. Oh, okay. What is it called? I saw the 2-day readathon over Thanksgiving. Might have to do that one. Okay. The Hunter and the Turkey readathon. Oh, okay. Might have to check that out. I have not heard of this. This is my first hearing of this. A lot when I was younger, but just got back into it a couple of years ago. There's so much I want to read. The problem is having too many options. Yep. That's why I'm like, I don't need help finding books. I have plenty of books that I want to read because I'm so new to reading altogether. I went blonde. Midnight Club is okay, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I know Midnight Club is by Pike because I actually was planning to read that this year. I'm not going to now, but I was earlier in the year, like back in like January or something. I had said that I wanted to read that in October, but obviously plans changed, so I didn't get around to it. But I will probably read it next year. That's my plan. Roughly 75% through Christine by Stephen King. Going for a fun, cozy mystery next. Very nice. No, it's a series. They're all about 5.5. Oh, Accident with America. Oh, okay. Nice. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, how do I know this name? Do I have to claim him? I mean, you don't have to. But I thought I remember seeing that name before. Hello to Charles. I like Christine. My fave car book by King is still From a Buick 8. I have not heard of that. From a Buick 8. I'm not new to that one. I mean, I'm not new. I'm not aware of that one. That one is new to me. Somehow I put both of those sentences into one. Or just call him Steve. Okay. Well, hello, Steve. Welcome. And with that, we have reached the end of the comments. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I know we're here a lot later on a Wednesday than normal. Usually we're out of here by like 10:30, but between like chatting it up, talking about like Disney and stuff like that, that was like a really fun conversation. And then just talking just now about like horror movies and books and all the fun stuff we've had to talk about, and then also watching Love is Blind. Yeah, we definitely went over a little bit today, but hopefully you guys don't mind. I'm not sure if there's anybody else that's sprinting that I can send you guys to. Christina or anyone for that matter, if you guys want to drop a link of someone that you know that's sprinting in case anyone is looking for additional sprints, feel free to drop those links in the comments. You're welcome. Yes, I will see you guys next week. Thank you. Thank you. You right. That is so funny. I usually call him Steve when he brings me a monkey. I wonder if that's monkey or money. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, no, normally aren't you sprinting at this time? I'm surprised that you're not sprinting. You're welcome. This is you're welcome. Thank you guys for being here. No content planned. We will be back next Wednesday with more Wind Down Wednesday. For October, all of my Wind Down Wednesdays were like Tavern Tales because D&D, Tavern, you get the idea. So for next month, since I am one of the hosts for Winterathon, they will all be Winterathon themed, but they will still be Wind Down Wednesday nonetheless. So yeah, I will see you guys next month, i.e., next week. Oh, gotcha. I don't usually do Wednesday sprints unless. Oh, okay. I did not know that. Don't have any sprints, but having laptop issues. Okay. No worries. I'm sure there's someone out there. Maybe they're in a different time zone. I'm sure there's somebody out there somewhere on the internet that is sprinting. But yeah, I will see you guys somewhere else on the internet. Have a wonderful rest of your night or day, depending on where you're located. And I'll see you guys next week. Bye.